Hello, it's Final Fantasy XIV. Hello and welcome. Today on Final Fantasy XIV is the main story quest of patch 6.2, Buried Memory. I don't know what this refers to. What's buried? Or what is the memory that's buried? Unless it's referring to my memories of the video game Final Fantasy IV, then I have no idea. Sucro is looking at the sky. The sky's pretty neat sometimes. So, today, like I said, 6.2 MSQ, which is why we're in Radz-at-Han, because that's where the quest starts. I'm going to be Sage again, despite saying that I might be something else this time. Once I get better gear for it, it's possible I might play as Summoner some streams. Because I do like Summoner. But for now, it's Sage, because I have the best gear on that, and I also still like Sage. So, in search of Azdiah. What's up, Varshan? Thank you for your help with gear, Rika. Ah, excellent timing, Sucro. Just a moment ago I received word from the Ironworks. They have completed their task and are on their way with the reinforced warding scales. Similarly, our alchemists have also succeeded in creating an artificial Atomos. Atomos? I think Atomos is how they said it. All is in readiness for our journey to the Void. I have instructed our comrades to gather at the Great Work. Let us head there at once. Oh right, the Great Work is not part of the city, it's over here. Also, Sucro has a new motorcycle. This is from the Island Sanctuary. Becoming available at, I think, rank 10, but being fairly costly, so I didn't have it until recently. I think this motorcycle matches Sucro more than the other one, and I just like it more. It is a bit slower because it doesn't have the you paid a lot of money for a motorcycle bonus of when you don't have the speed increase, you have the speed increase anyway. But like, that doesn't matter when we have flight, actually. So, it's actually the same speed. It would just be slower in a place I haven't been to, which will not be relevant until Dawn Trail. Anyway. Hey look, it's Atomos, I guess. Wow. I don't like how that pulsates. That's a little bit gross. What do you think, Estinian? To thus create a void scent, Hanish alchemists are as clever as they are bold. Our comrades are here, but the Ironworks people have yet to arrive. I should unsummon Boaster. Because Boaster is going to stand inside of Estinian if I don't. Alright, what's up everyone? What's up crew? There you are, Sucro. I present to you the fruits of the alchemist's labor, the artificial Atomos. Though we've yet to put it to the proof, its ether is practically identical to that of the original. A truly remarkable feat in so short a time. Aye, our alchemists have outdone themselves yet again. Small wonder that they are the pride of Radz-at-Han. I would express my gratitude to Nidana, but it appears she isn't here. She rushed off after bringing the Atomos to attend to a pressing task. but said she would return ere we set forth. Which should be shortly after our friends from the ironworks arrive with the warding scales. Did someone say warding scales? Because it just so happens we have them. Sid actually showing up exactly when prompted with "did somebody say" is kind of silly. Very sitcom of you, Sid. Very sitcom of you. Right on cue. 'Tis good to see you all again. But for the President himself to attend, keen to bear witness to our little experiment, are you? You know I am. I was there at the Crystal Tower, lest you forget. I wouldn't miss this for the world. You don't mind if we come along and see you off, I hope. It's thanks to these three that we could finish the work so quickly. 'Twas my painstakingly collected data that made the reinforcement possible. The scales will last a good 10 years in the void with nary a hint of degradation. Grin. Shrug. As the ones who did the actual reinforcing, we guarantee their quality as well. They'll keep you safe. But enough bragging, here are the scales. With these we can search for my sister without fear of corruption. I know not how to repay you. Don't mention it. Midgard's armor came to our rescue in the rift. It's the least we can do to help his children. Nod. Thank you. Hello and welcome. Nod. Thumbs up, etc. Well, my friend, my only regret is that I won't be able to accompany you on this latest grand adventure. Wait! Nidana, is aught the matter? Before you depart, Your Excellency, there is something we wish to present to you. Will you please come with me? You would not delay us without good cause. Very well. Forgive me, my friends, but I require a moment. Nod. Sucro is talking to Estinian about something, apparently. We did get the funny Y'shtola incantation in 6.1, yes. Water, water, froth and foam. That did happen. 6.2 is buried memory. We are going to explore the void, I guess. He's certainly taking his time. What sort of grand present could take so long to receive? The kind that'll help him in the void, I presume. In that God's forsaken place, he'll need all the help he can get. But you of all people ought to know that, eh? Shrug. Remember when we had the answer about what the void was like, where we were like, well, Nero did turn purple. That was pretty good, I think. Duty support Nero would be fun. We did kind of get that in the job, in the role quest epilogue, because he was part of the fight. That was cool. Ah.
My apologies for keeping you waiting.
Why are we giving you question marks? I was thinking Varshan
Creature, I presume.
would probably... Wait. Oh. We gave you an adult body.
Indeed.
For fighting.
This vessel now serves as a host for my eye.
We made a new vessel that's taller. And Varshan's voice acting is slightly deeper. I was just thinking before this happened If this is the dungeon, we don't have a tank, because Thancred is not here. And I was thinking, they'll probably... What if they have Varshan in the party? And I didn't say that, so you'll just have to take my word for it. But I guess we're gonna have Varshan in the party.
I was aware that the alchemists were busy preparing something, but this...
We couldn't well send you on such a perilous mission unprepared, Your Excellency. We spared no effort in crafting the body, and I dare say you'll find it adept at wielding weapons and magics both.
But mostly weapons,
'Twas our
apparently.
intent to present it to you sooner, but we could not bring ourselves to do so, knowing we could yet improve it further. Pray forgive us.
There is naught to forgive. I am grateful for this fine vessel, and shall put it to good use. Again, I ask that you watch over Radzatan in my absence. The dangers we go to face are great and many, and I fear I will be unable to give matters here due attention. And in opening the Void Gate, there is ever risk that Voidsent will find their way into our world.
They already do that. It's not a big deal, really. They do it like every
Rest assured,
Halloween.
We are more than prepared.
They do it like arbitrarily, for no reason.
Our soldiers have been training under Master Estinian. On my honor, we will not suffer a single fiend to pass.
As soon as one Voidsent appears, all of them will backflip off of a cliff by accident at the same time. That's true. There are Voidsent in those quests as well.
Think only of your mission, Varshan. Ah, but seeing as this is a different body, perhaps we should use a different name.
Hey, I've done that too. I was a Dragoon main at one point and a Red Mage main. I've backflipped off my share of arenas. At least 3, if not more.
Nay, Varshan shall suffice. Though I may have thus grown up, I am as ever a little brother to you all.
As you say, as you say. Go then, Varshan. And best of luck.
The jump's not actually letting you cross gaps like a regular jump is very funny to imagine. Because, like, you backflip in an arc that looks like you would go over the cliff. But I can just imagine, like, at the peak of your backflip, just immediately plummeting straight down and dying. Cancellation of all momentum. I hope that's what it looks like. I hope it's very funny. Also, I guess the trust NPCs cheating across the pit is something that only they get to do.
I have something for you as well.
For me?
While you were gone, Urianger paid us a visit. As you may recall, he joined us on our foray into Arzadar's legacy, in part to conduct research for the Loporrits. Research they were delighted to receive, and which has already inspired them to consider new ways to improve their own treasure vault.
That's content I haven't looked at yet. Where are you going with
As a
this?
token of their gratitude, Livingway entrusted a familiar relic to Urianger.
Should I be worried? Crystal?
Aye, the crystal, which showed the way to Meteon.
Oh. Did it? I already forgot that
The
happened.
Loporrits no longer have need of it, and thus saw fit to return it to us.
I forgot there was a crystal
Harboring the
involved in
power
any of
light,
that.
It could well aid us in our mission in the void.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
And who better to bear Heidelin's gift than her chosen champion?
Yeah, alright. Thinking. Nod. By the way, I think this is like my favorite Sucro glamour that I've put together recently.
If there is nothing left to discuss,
Oh,
then
it's
let
the
us
tracking
depart.
device.
Our boat awaits us in Akyali.
Nod. I'm glad that you all also like the glamour. Hopefully it feels fitting for this portion of the story. It also works for every job. At level 1, which is a nice bonus. The satrap and your fellows have already departed for the vault. Are you ready to set forth? Yeah. And thus we did. They've upgraded the Vault's guardians to contend with Voidsent, a task which was made easier by the surplus of broken units. One could argue that I did them a favor. Estinian. It was good that I broke all of your stuff, cause you got better stuff, actually. I must say, I'm beginning to feel nervous. Good gods, but the treasure's here! If I were a thief, I wouldn't notice a void gate if it came and bit me in the rear! Estinian is helping. It's not only us cheering you on, but the alchemists of old, too. You couldn't possibly fail. Like us, the alchemists have tremendous passion for their work. If we were to collaborate, I reckon we could achieve some great things. Yeah, you could make a motorcycle that has a sidecar for a chocobo and charge $40 for it. Or whatever. Probably. I don't know if the alchemists had anything to do with that. An undersea vault guarded by alchemical sentries. Such a place would be an ideal proving ground for new creations. It is a little bit short, actually. Well, Sucro's exactly 5 feet tall, and Sid's like a head taller than she is. And I don't know how many inches that it means, but yeah, 5'8" sounds about right. Which would make him 1 inch taller than I am in reality. For my research into cross-rift travel, this is a monument of truth. For all those who helped us come this far, let us pray we succeed. "5'8" isn't really that short. I mean, I'm 5'7", and I feel short because I know a whole lot of people who are like over 6 feet tall for some reason.
I shall now lift the seal.
Varshan immediately picks up a fluffy baby seal off of the ground and holds it over his head with a blank expression, and everyone applauds.
In the name of Al-Zadal III, I cast open this door unto the void!
Go. Absorb the void gate.
Adamos accidentally cast return. Thankfully, Adamos's return point is set here, so... Is this good? I mean, it is for our purposes, but it seems really, like, concerning. Yeah, alright.
It worked. We should have no trouble passing through a gate of that size.
Nod. various gestures and facial expressions.
What can we expect to find after stepping through?
Probably the void, Sucro says, completely genuinely. Justinian just sort of looks at her.
On my previous foray, I emerged in a castle swarming with void scent. I was hopelessly outnumbered and forced to turn back. But together, I am confident we can hold our own.
Sucro is very smart.
Upon our arrival, let us deal with any hostile entities and secure the area.
That's how a dungeon goes. Sounds like a dungeon is happening.
The command of our mission, I leave in your capable hands.
Alrighty
In
then.
the event of battle, I shall adapt my tactics to complement your own.
Should we require healing, I can provide it. 'Twould be a welcome change of pace from my recent havoc wreaking.
Are you sure you believe that, Y'shtola? Or is that just what you're saying?
Take heart, my friends, and have faith. We will brave this broken world and rescue my sister Ajdaya.
Ajdaya, right. I said it slightly wrong. I'm just thinking Y'shtola doesn't seem like the sort to actually want to go back to being the healer. She seems like she wants everything to explode more than be healed. The Fell Court of Troya is now accessible. Yeah, that's what I thought. Alright, everyone, let's talk about whatever we're doing. First time in a reflection or no, I can't say I'm feeling envious. Not after having journeyed to the edge of existence. No looking back. I shall keep my eyes ever forward and trust Radzatan to my people. True to our friend's words, the warding scales are imminently reinforced. We needn't fear corruption, even should we be wounded by void scent. Yep, Troya is a place in FF4. In fact, I'm pretty sure... Wait, no. I was about to say something that was incorrect. Because I was going to say that the music in the Loporit area was the Troya music, but I'm like pretty sure that's actually incorrect. Wait. No, I think Troya having the Earth King, the Earth Crystal is wrong. I thought Troya was the Water City. Isn't it? Let's mute the video game for a second. This might be loud. I caught it in time. Yeah, Troya is totally the Water City. This is the Troya theme of original Final Fantasy IV. There's totally like fountains everywhere and stuff. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. I'm not an expert of Final Fantasy IV, but I do like it. It's definitely the Earth Crystal? Huh. Well, I guess the water is a diversion then. It's a funny trick that they do. Anyway, I know we like just started, but I'm gonna do this. And I guess I might as well, while I do this, do the other thing that I do when I do this. You know the one. Congratulations to those who won, and condolences to those who did not. No condolences to Telegi Adeleji, though, for being obliterated by Luigi, apparently. That just sort of happens sometimes. Anyway. Barshan's job appears to be satrap, which makes sense. Yeah, Y'shtola can heal. Varshan can DPS. I guess I will continue being Sage, because that is my best geared job, as I said at the start. So this is fine. Let's go to Troya. I'm glad you love to see Sucro. Hello, and welcome. Here we go! Into the void. Wow, they've got boxes in the void. The Fell Court of Troya. I think we know where this is. I think it's safe to say that we're relatively certain that this is in the void. Oh, we've got like a dire version of the Troya music. Of 4. Oh, I love the music instantly. Yeah, this is a dire version of the song I just played from original 4. Quite literally a twisted place, the void, said Estinian. Stay focused, void scent could be anywhere. Oh, quite literally a twisted place indeed. Hey, this place rules, like instantly. Yeah, alright, eyeballs. Arg, grog, etc. Darshan has some quiet voice lines that are not given a speech bubble, it seems. Take that, eyeball brains. By the way, what's vacuity? Is the weather in the void. Lack of thought or intelligence, empty-headedness. Or empty space, emptiness. You know, like the void, I guess. I'm learning a word. Hey there, this enemy model that exists in Bosnia and also uses the bones of the Stormblood boss. The fun thing about Sage is that your AoE is a DPS gain on 2 targets. So I have to, speaking of little to no thought, I don't have to think very much about how I do damage as a healer. And I appreciate that. Those ones appear to be sentries. Guarding the dungeon, I shouldn't doubt. One of them just yelled, "Give me your ether." I also love not thinking.
I will not hold back.
I wonder how much thinking the new Jobs and Dawn trail are going to involve. They said Viper was a technical one, but we don't know the details of the caster yet. And I don't know of any, like, hints toward what the caster is yet, because I'm only at this part of the story. I heard there might be some later. I've read a lot of people who seem certain that it's something or other, but I don't know if I can believe that yet. Oh, I don't mean like hints about how it might play. That we definitely don't know. But I've seen a lot of people who seem fairly convinced of what the specific job is.
Gloves are off.
I guess I can go ahead and say that. There seem to be a lot of people fairly convinced that it's Green Mage, which would be interesting if true, because Green Mage is more of a support role, as far as I'm aware. My only experience with Green Mage is Final Fantasy Tactics A2, in which they have stuff like Protect, Shell, Oil. It appears that rats have wandered into my castle. Beatrice. Tear them apart if you must. Their drifting ether will suffice. Is she mistress of the castle? Whoever she is will tend to her like the rest. Hey, I remember that, this face. I think this enemy graphic is based on a sprite from one of the old games. I don't remember which game it is. 4 would make sense, but I don't recall anything of this sort in 4. My brain says 3, but I don't really know why. Personally, if the job does turn out to be Green Mage, I think it would be cool if they leaned into the support and it was like a support magical DPS. Not unlike Bard and Dancer being kind of support themed. That could be fun. 3 was where the original Void stuff was, that's true. Also, it's fun to have a boss fight that is like a million monsters. Try this! Try this! Ah. Red Mage sounds like it needs a damage buff in general, regardless of what they do. For a second, my eyes did not see things correctly, and I thought Estinian was dead.
You underestimate me.
He's definitely not dead, though. There is no escape! I don't know, seems like there's an escape over here. Ah, we're doing Suzaku. I know this because I've gotten Suzaku in roulettes twice recently. What if we made a skull that was like bigger than the other skulls and was casting Ultima? Oh, I see.
I will not hold back.
Forgive me, my lady. Battle Dance Materia 9. Wow. I can't wait to meld parry onto my sage weapon. Oh. That's quite a view. Hey. That's not dissimilar from a crystal tower. Exactly. No, everyone stop this. FF1 intro type shot composition. And right, that... Wait. Right, Battle Dance's tenacity. Melding parry isn't a real thing that you can do anymore. It was at one point, though, I think. Varshan said, by the sisters. Estinian said, that must be the castle proper, not too shabby. As grand a castle as any I've seen, said Varshan. And then Estinian said, if the mistress is here, we must repay her earlier kindness. Void Sent love an architecture where a set of stairs goes up to a landing that is then flanked on either side by more sets of stairs that proceed to go to a higher elevation. They love that. They can't get enough of that. They've gone to a house with that. They've got a castle with that. It has 2 instances that I can think of, therefore they love it. Everyone knows that a character trait exhibited twice or more can quickly become a defining trait or feature. Hey there, Void Cat. Void Cat Horse. Cool statue. Voidson also hate mirrors. I thought this was a table with a giant cushion on top of it, but it's a tablecloth. I really like how this dungeon looks and the music. Oh. And who's that? Well, that's probably Beatrice, actually. Hey, look, it's Odin 17. The woman in the painting, do you suppose? Aye, I suspect it's the mistress in bygone days. Anytime I see Odin's model, I'm like, hey, look, it's Odin. Or Odin's skeleton, I guess. Well, you see, Beatrice there is holding a scepter, so clearly Green Mage is the next job because they use maces. Clearly. Clearly.
You underestimate me!
Y'shtola, you don't even wear gloves. I would honestly think it'd be really funny if a random enemy just started using Zentetsuken in like a trash pack. She looks kind of annoyed. Annoyed by the void, maybe. Now that you say that, I think Sucro probably would actually say that. This is a really low table. Maybe not, I don't know. Void Dog. Void Dog, parentheses, single head. Not Cerberus. But if they combine their powers, they could have 4. Oh, I forgot to look. What's Farshawn's tank stance called? Iron Will. Oh, he's just got the Paladin or Gladiator one. It has the same icon, so I basically suspected as much. But I was curious. Sometimes they have funny tank stances, like in recent duty supports added to older content. I think both Hien and Gosetsu have like imposing figure or imposing aura or something as their tank stance. Oh, hey, look, it's Ferdinand or whatever. Ferdiad. Fernando. I accidentally used the shield on myself. Wait. Clown. That's who it is. I have a button for that. Imposing Presence might be what it's called. I don't know. I'd have to go check. It's something very similar to that. Something about the idea of having enmity in a Star Trek context is funny to me. Like, it makes sense because it's an MMO, which probably has combat. But it's also just kind of funny. This is a lot of statues of the same figure. I think Hien and Gosetsu have the same tank stance. Seat of the Foremost. So we've got a lot of statues of people. You know what these statues are? These are like a Dark Souls looking kind of thing to me. I feel like when I step in here, they're going to animate. I'm going to have to fight the Deacons of the Deep. Also, I think Beatrice's like bones or model stance is familiar, kind of. Surprise, surprise, said Estinian. I sense potent magics from her. Have care, said Y'shtola. That you should make it thus far. No matter, I will devour you personally. Come, gaze into my eyes. This fight is a really good example of there are lines on the... It sure is. I accidentally used the... Oh. That's a cool indicator. I accidentally used the shield on myself again. I'm very good at my job. Yeah? Okay, so it's the circles that those lines were drawn through. You have a chance of getting the throne in the back of this room now? That's funny.
No mercy. I am of the first brood.
Eye of
You
Troy.
underestimate me.
Oh, wait, what? Huh? Oh, that's really confusing. Ah, beans.
Away with you!
Wait, I have Doom. That's no good. Oh, I can cleanse. Wait, nope. I can cleanse it. Okay, we got there. I had not processed that it was a Isuna-able debuff. Wait, what? They exploded in a different order. How can this be? How could you resist my gaze? They're too strong.
Here is some funny
Someone
information
else can
about
devour them.
Barshan's trust form. Aha hem. Regardless of role, he will use the Scarlet Whisper, and no attack with high burst damage. I am of the first brood. As a gladiator, he uses Hailed Radiance, a single target attack that absorbs HP, and Young Star, a no attack that absorbs HP from every enemy he hits, allowing him very high sustainability. When near death he will use Warding Scales, a renamed Hallowed Ground. As a Dragoon does not jump.
That's funny. Yeah, that's what I meant when I said they exploded in a different order. I didn't notice what order they were placed in. So Estinian said, she's quick on her feet if nothing else, and Y'shtola said she may still be a threat after her. The throne is in fact coded as a chair, upon which you can seat yourself. That was an important thing to check. I have to sit in every chair so that the chair room logs all of them. Wait. What? I'm pretty sure it's not those colors. I'm pretty sure that's the lighting. I have to go look at the chair again now. Yeah, that's like a white or gray stone with the lighting on it that makes it look pink. But there is blue and like pink or red, I guess. I think it's more red and blue and white. Also, I think pride flags, part of why they have the color schemes they do is probably because they're really good color schemes. Terraces in the sky. Do Voidsent appreciate flowers too, I wonder? Sometimes I find myself thinking about character designs and being like, oh, I bet these colors would work together, and then I think, wait, this is a pride flag, and I might accidentally imply something about this character that I didn't intend to. Maybe that's a silly thing to worry about, I don't know. This garden is interesting.
Out of my way!
The particular color scheme of the flowers here kind of makes it look like they have a glitchy texture, which is fitting for where we are. Truthfully. There's some Voidsent just flying around having a great old time. There's also orb over there. And like lights in the sky, I guess. And there's orb over there too. There are orb. Troy and Butler. Ah.
Gloves are off.
Y'shtola, I told you already, you don't have any gloves.
Gloves are off.
Y'shtola! Now you're just doing it to prank me, aren't you? That was a waste of Panheima, probably, but it's not really a big deal. I feel like this architecture is reminiscent of something that we've seen. We have her now, said Estinian. I sense something sinister in the air, said Y'shtola. Also, you know, given that they're doing the webs, I guess this is probably a smaller version of that one City of Mach boss. City of Mach? Mach? I think it was Mach. Saying words correctly is difficult. Hey, what does that mean? Oh, that's the swooping enemies mark. Okay, I didn't see that last time. Pronounced whack? Or whack? I don't know. Wacky matter would be funny though. Wait. I don't think Ketchi was a girl. And I do know that Ketchi is how you say that now. So at least I can get that one right. Trapped in my own domain. No, I don't want to be eaten. Wow, it's time to fight the same boss that we fought as the second boss for the third boss.
So the gate did open again and delivered the most mouth-watering morsels.
Just kidding. Back attack! Yeah, I knew this happened. That's about the exact voice I expected for you too.
Scarmelion of Earth, though really shouldn't it be poison?
I didn't parse his dialogue because Callie was talking, oh no. I didn't catch the first line. You didn't say in the chat. Anyway, Final Fantasy IV boss. Also, he said Scarmelione, and I thought it was just Scarmelione. I didn't realize there was an extra syllable. Anyway. He probably said something like, I'm Scarmelione of Earth, and I'm funny zombie man who kill you, la la la. Or whatever he says, you know. But yeah, Final Fantasy IV boss theme. Before Endwalker released, I was like, I really hope they remix the Final Fantasy IV fight music. And then they did. I guess it's not spoilers to say Katsunazo? That's helpful to know. It's not spoilers to say that the other four fiends are around, but we should probably still avoid talking about things I haven't run into yet. Yeah, we were. Absolutely. Anyway. No, it's mine. It's my ether. There's a Viera named Death Grips.
Breathe deep of your death.
The funny thing about Viera names is that every name is a lore accurate Viera name. Oh my. Brain rot. I need that for thinking. Though. Oh. Right.
Out of my way. My blade thirsts for blood.
Unfortunately for you, they nerf the blood sword like all the time, Scarmelione. You know what's surprising about character names? I'm the only person named Sucrofunk. Nobody else thought of applying the Super Mario RPG attack to the Mikote naming convention. And I'm surprised by that, but also I'm glad that I get to be unique. Necrosurf. That's a funny enemy name.
This will hurt. I am of the first brood.
He's of the first brood, did you know? Did you know gaming?
No mercy.
Oh dear. Well, that's not that bad actually. Void gravity, as opposed to regular gravity.
I give you a taste through despair. Stop! I am of the first brood.
He's of the first brood. Did you know?
Come, fill your lungs.
No, my lungs are better when they're empty. Except for air.
No, I will not be defeated by you.
Oh, I rotted the wall by doing that. That's a mechanic I didn't know that you had. That makes a lot of sense, though. Y'shtola doing the classic magical or physical range DPS maneuver of being far away from the healer. This is a really good remix, by the way.
I am of the first brood.
He's of the first brood.
Yes.
Nod. That makes sense. It would have been funny if she did the joy emote, though. Soken is very powerful. Trojan Cloak of Healing. Wow, we can look at the healing armor. The Trojan equipment is interesting. It's definitely got its aesthetic going for it. This one is less belts everywhere than I expected it to be. But there's secretly no sleeves. I guess. Pendant. Some of the Trojan stuff is kind of neat. Some of it's a bit much for me. What do you think, Varshan? Are you of the first brood? That was a fearsome foe. What do you think, Estinian? Estinian isn't of the first brood, but he is the first to brood. What do you think, Y'shtola? Who was that void sent? I'm sure we'll learn more soon. Is that it? Where's the other three fiends? I really like Final Fantasy IV, Sucro. Yeah, Sucro's one of a kind. Well,
This Scarmalione, he knew the gate had opened.
And not for the first time. He and his brethren must keep watch over the portal.
I think we've established that Void Sent are always looking at these portals before.
As we do ours. but to unflinchingly consume a fellow Voidsent. Like men, perhaps they form factions and fight amongst themselves.
The question is, what will the minions do?
Estinian watching the movie Minions in a movie theater saying this. What will the minions do?
Banana.
Exactly. This line is very funny to me. I think I caught Estinian blinking, but that's fine. What the minions doing over there? Seems like they're not too happy about everything. Suddenly, they break out into a dance party.
Your mistress is no more, and the one who consumed her we slew in turn. Do you still mean to try us?
I expect some Voidsent are more intelligent than others. Perhaps these ones simply do not understand our words.
Ishtola, don't provoke them.
Even beasts ought to understand strength.
Alright, that's a pretty good line. Shrug. Okay,
There is
she
much
has
we do
she has
not
like
know
one
about
glove.
Voidsent. If we are to survive their world, it would be wise to learn their ways.
Let's proceed with caution and pick up what we can. Or don't overthink it. We'll improvise as we go along. Both of these could be in character for Sucro, I think. Let's be careful. See what we can figure out.
Sage advice, my friend. 'Tis reassuring to have one so experienced with us.
My sage advice is to be careful and think about things, I guess. Let's just say hello.
I am here, sister. Finally here. And I will find you. I swear it.
You know, I guess it could be possible that buried memory or bury Mimor because I'm in the way. There we go. I forgot we were doing cool title cards for stuff. Maybe all of these minions are just simply like awaiting orders because we defeated the people who were in charge, so we're in charge now? Oh, they all left. It seems the minions are keeping their distance for now. Let's carry on. I never dreamed I would come this far. I can't thank you all enough for your cooperation. Hey, Hey, what's up, Feral Voidsent? How are you? Ah! Yeah, that's about... Yeah, I can relate to that. Buried memo, the bureaucracy. Oh no. What about you, watchful Voidsent? You look tastier every time you walk by, but I mustn't eat you. Well, I appreciate that you're not going to do that, but I also never want to talk to you again. So, yeah, there's just Voidsent around, I guess. Yeah. That Voidsent has two skulls like a Wily Castle. This castle should serve as a base of operations for now. Ere we set our sights elsewhere, let's see what there is to learn here. Yo, dog. We put a skull on your skull, etc. From this point onward, you will not encounter Aetherites for a while. Should you leave Troya Castle, you may return here via Weaver's Warding. Additionally, you may now enter the Fell Court of Troya with a party of NPC avatars. Wherever I turn, there's darkness as far as I can perceive. The only source of light here is ourselves. The opposite was true in the first. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Seems the minions are content to gawp for now. Let's carry on. Shadowed Remnants also sounds like a patch title, but it's not. The warding scale exhibits no change. It should be safe to remain here and begin our search. But whither now? I would sense Ajdaya were she remotely near, but there is nothing. Might you not call to her? Let her know that you have come. Alas, this vessel is not capable of calling across vast distances. For that I require my true form. And even were it possible, a dragon's call is born upon ether. 'Tis liable to draw more void sent to us. I see. In any case, there's little exploration to be done while we're confined to this isolated castle. I propose we begin by learning what we can from the castle's occupants. An understanding of their ways may prove useful to our cause. Very well, let's hope a few of them are capable of speech. Nod. Let all remain vigilant while we go about our inquiries. We reconvene afterwards. Nod. So, I think I mentioned before that the main thing I knew about the 6.x patches is that they really like Final Fantasy IV. I did not think that we were going to go into the void until like 6.1, and I didn't think we'd just be sort of like running around and exploring the void outside of a dungeon context. So this is really cool, actually. Oh, I am allowed to use a bike here. No flight, though. Well, so much for Sucro's cool new bike, because it's slower. Actually, I don't know if mount speed increases are real here. Let's test. Let's see if the Final Fantasy VII bike moves faster in the void. I don't think it does. Now hold on. Same speed, actually. According to my very scientific process of driving in a straight line and counting. What's up, Estinian? This one does not but stare. It's very good at that, though. Ah. Hey, what's up? Ah. Well, the creature snarls and glares at you. It's unlikely that you'll learn anything from it. Well, alrighty then. Nice talking to you. Some seem willing enough to converse. Whether they have the ability to do so is another matter. What enticing ether you have! Give me some, give me some! No. Ah, if only I were stronger, I'd be able to eat you. Fine, fine, I'll find someone else to eat. This is just like a really petulant void scent. While able to communicate, this one seems to think only of feeding. Better to take your inquiries elsewhere. Something about the void scent going, "Ah," is pretty funny. Like, "Ah, man! Come on!" Like the prevailing tongue in Norvrant, the language of this world bears a resemblance to our own. It may be assumed that they share a common ancestor. That makes sense. I've never gotten a close look at the spider lady. You sure do have a lot of spider eyes. And like a weird armored torso that's also kind of not. What do you think, Forlorn Voidsent? You're doing a cool dance over there. Hey, what's up? The mistress's eyes are beauteous, sublime, to bask in her gaze is bliss. But now she's gone, never again will I feel her gaze. No mistress, no orders, what am I to do now? What am I to do now? I was slightly correct about some of them maybe waiting for orders. The creature mutters endlessly to itself, not sparing you so much as a glance. Cool dance, though. Groovin'. Fearful void scent. I serve, I obey, please don't eat me. I ain't gonna do that. Dragon? What's that? Does it taste good? I don't know anything about it. Don't know about anything. But the one we caught recently, they seem to know lots. We threw them in the dungeon, but clever ones are tasty. They might have been eaten already. You've learned all you can from this void scent. If you look in the dungeon, you might be able to find the clever one it mentioned. I keep expecting the melody of the song to like switch to the Final Fantasy IX flamenco, because there's part of it that resembles like the start of that. This doesn't look like the dungeon, but I guess I'll look at it anyway. Purple. I have nothing to share. While those I approached had no will to fight, neither were they capable of holding a conversation with the name. Yeah, it seems that way. Hello and welcome. My experience was much the same. Lower rung void scent tend to have lower intelligence, 'twould seem. A pity Scarmiglione is dead. He was talkative, at least. What of you? Conveniently, I found the only one willing to give me information. A clever void scent in the dungeon. That would be the area in which we emerged. Indeed. Let's take ourselves back there and find this void scent, preferably before its fellows make a meal of it. To the dungeon, then. Finally, we have an NPC party member who has the goofiest player character running animation. That of the male Aura. Which looks like a World of Warcraft animation instead because it's so animated. It's a little bit more cartoony than most of them. Thank you for petting Calico. Am I still able to sit in the seat? Yes, both instances of the chair are real. Chair confirmed. Also, I think the weather is still vacuity. Okay. This is kind of like an enforced explorer mode. Hey there, Odin. Odin 17 or whatever I said. I can't survive without someone to give me ether, but where, oh where will I find a new master? I've already dealt with Odin enough in my backstory that's not in the game. So I'll just leave. Hey, I wonder if this is like land you can stand on in the dungeon version or not, because that's not common in dungeons to have like this sort of hitboxing on objects. This is an end table, but if you think about it, every table in the void is an end table because the world has ended. Is that anything? Is that like a joke? Here's a dog, but the dog doesn't want to talk to me. The dogs are just sitting at the table waiting for someone to feed them. Troyan doorkeeper. Prey we caught are weakened in the dungeon before being served up to the mistress. Tenderizing, she called it, and that's the way she used to like it. Seems like she kinda was pretty bad. But I mean, that's also just the way things are in the Void, I guess. By the way, Cat Horse. Shoutouts to the Cat Horse again. Oh, we can talk to a dog. Woof! Grr! Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I expected. But I'm glad we could talk. Oh, right, I can use my motorcycle in here. I forgot about that. I like this motorcycle more than the Final Fantasy VII one. This is from the Ion Sanctuary. I mentioned this earlier when there was like one person here, so might as well mention it again. Yeah. You can talk to the dog. You can technically use the pet emote on the dog, but the criteria for can you pet the dog requires the dog to respond to that interaction, which I don't think is the case. I guess I could have tried. There's only the one dungeon here, we call it the fourth, the mistress's orders. But the mistress is gone and her orders with her. Rats can infest this castle for all I care. Void rats, huh? I think it's very interesting how, like, the Void Scent are considerably more, like, normal than we've been led to believe. Though, like, they're definitely all about consuming ether and all that. But they are just kind of chatting with us casually. No one comes and goes from this dungeon without permission. For you, though, I'll make an exception. Go on, go. I think I was right when I suggested that maybe they were just waiting for orders now because we proved ourselves to be stronger. Yeah, that's probably true, too. I have at least some amount of a hunch who is the clever Void Scent, by the way, from what I know. Food for the mistress's consumption is kept in these cells. With the mistress devoured, we're free to help ourselves. But the clever one is strong. Another warden went in to devour the clever one, but he hasn't come back out. Yeah, I know who this is. This is something I couldn't help but know from this not being the current patch, probably. I mislike the feel of this. Stay on your guard. There appears to be someone within. Wait, biblically accurate tablecloth? There's probably something like that. Oh, I didn't realize this was a reflective surface. Funhouse mirror sucro. Kind of. Whoa. It's really weird with the camera angle. Oh, I spoke to the biblically accurate tablecloth. Yeah, that makes sense. Could this be the clever Void Scent? Dark-robed Void Scent. Hey, what's up? We've seen you in ominous preview cutscenes, I think. Gasp. And elsewhere, potentially. But hey, what's up? You got a lot of hands, some of which are not necessary. I guess that's not something I know for sure. They might be necessary for some reason.
Your friend.
I like to think I'm a friend. Whoa. Oh. This was Xenos' Void Scent. I'm not a friend of that guy. You're the Void Scent bound to Xenos, or didn't you fade away when Xenos fell? Okay, so there is a flashback to Xenos being referred to as a friend, but in the sense that he thinks that you were his friend. Not in the sense that the game is canonically saying that you're friends with this guy. I was a little worried about that because I don't like Xenos at all. You were bound to Xenos. Y'all chill.
I I see it now. The bottomless darkness. The insatiable hunger. The aura was present when we faced him in Garlemald.
Y'all chill, we don't know they're aggressive yet. I just recognized them. Hold your cat horses.
When Xenos died, its connection to the source was severed. It was forced to return to the void.
Y'all.
Xenos.
That guy really sucked.
Yes, that was his name. And you are the friend, are you not?
I'm not his friend. I guess he thought of me that way, but nope. Anyway, I'll walk slowly and dramatically forward now. What's up? I do think Sucro just casually asks people what's up all the time, even when they're, like, menacing. Eh? Oh, right, the crystal.
Is that Hydaelyn's crystal?
Sure is. Seems like it was immediately relevant. For reasons that are as of yet unclear. Anyway, I guess you're not voided anymore. Howdy. Yeah, I knew it was you. Please welcome new character. Well, we don't know her name
But
yet.
how?
I don't know. Crystals just do things
The light
sometimes.
just now. Of course. And thus I am returned.
I mean, it makes sense. The light ether would counterbalance the oversaturation of dark ether that is there due to void. Yeah, I like her voice too. I had no idea what she sounded like. I've seen her, but her voice is cool.
What do you mean, returned? Who are you?
I was once bound to the man named Xenos.
That guy really sucked.
His avatar, until you killed him.
You know, I mentioned earlier that some parts of this castle had like a Dark Souls type of aesthetic, like the room with all the statues. I think Dark Robed Voidsent here has a From Software kind of voice actress. From what I've heard so far.
Avatar, as in the Voidsent servants of Reapers.
They're going to say Sucro's a Reaper, and it's not canon, I have to remind you.
In the name of his hunt, Xenos took up that traditional Garlean art. And through it, he forged a covenant with a being of the void to lend him strength.
Something I don't think I've ever brought up is how I think people think it's funny that people say strength in this game so often instead of strength. But I haven't really been thinking about it, but I just remembered that. Also, this Reaper gear that she's got is cool. I don't know if this is accessible to the player or not. It must be slightly unique. I will be thinking of, I did gear the Reaper job, but then I quickly realized I had no practice with melee, and I was very stressed out by trying to do positionals. In the Athena fight that the roulette threw me into was the first thing where I was like, I'm gonna try Reaper. Bad idea to pick that one. To pick that roulette. It was funny. I got the minion from that, which was also funny, but I felt like I didn't deserve it. Anyway.
Covenant. A curse, more like. He stole my power. There was no equity in the arrangement.
Yeah, very FromSoft voice acting to my brain. It might be the combination of that vibe from the voice acting and the hat that's making me think of Lucatiel of Mira. What did I call? What did I call this time? Oh. No, that was just me. It was less calling that opinion and more like that's my opinion that I'm projecting onto characters, to be honest. But also it makes a lot of sense that Xenos doesn't have a fair contract. Yeah. Like her outfit in general kind of has Lucatiel vibes. And like her voice from what I remember of Lucatiel. Also, she was having some trouble with remembering things. Maybe her memories are buried, you might say. And that's kind of Lucatiel's major concern. Anyway.
My very essence was altered, twisted into a tool to serve his desires.
Yeah, Gibbet and Gallows are the positionals, but you still do get a potency bonus for hitting them, so it's worth it.
Your previous appearance. This is your true form, then.
Perhaps, perhaps not. What does it matter?
Indeed, it doesn't.
Thanks,
Regardless of
Estinian.
your form, you are a void sent by nature.
Maybe not thanks, Estinian. Where are you going with Estinian?
So answer me this. Are you our enemy too?
In this world, only a fool would attempt to devour a stronger being. And though it was as an avatar, I lost to you once, I have no desire to lose again.
Like every single time she says anything, it just reinforces my idea that this is FromSoft voice acting. Like something about not pausing when saying, I lost to you once, I have no desire to lose again, is a very like, it stood out as a way to say words for some reason. Like there's a unique cadence to her voice acting compared to the other characters. Sometimes I think about the voice acting in a video game a lot, I guess.
Good enough for me.
Yeah, it would make a lot of sense if it was a deliberate choice too.
Now, you will answer me a question.
How many times do you think Estinian had to practice that flourishing spear putting away animation that he has?
Xenos called you friend. That's what you are? A friend?
Not to that guy. Strictly speaking, I'm Sucro Funk. That's a very funny line. I'm a cat. A clip where someone gets elbowed in the face and gets yeeted like a crumpled wad of paper, and imagining Sucro doing that to Xenos, yeah. So, Sucro would say that she's a cat here, as she does. But also, whatever Xenos may have said, I wasn't his friend. I'm glad you have the answer to say, no, that guy sucks.
So, you're not a friend?
Not to that guy. That guy sucked.
What is it? What is a friend?
Well, you see, no, wait, hold on. I know a song about fun, but I don't know a song about what a friend is. Where are you going? Y'shtola shrugging. Sucro has detected someone who needs a friend. Sucro is on the move. Ominous shot of the cell we just left. Yeah. Bless you. Sounded like someone blowing their nose, to be honest. I get that it was like a snarling hiss, but it sounded like someone blowing their nose. Xenos' avatar, eh? What are the odds? We still know little about her, but for now I'm glad we found someone who can do more than moan for ether. Alright, time for me to voice her, I guess. I'll do my best. When I served Xenos, my mind was shrouded in haze. But one thing was always clear, his obsession with the friend. What the word means, I do not know exactly. I know only that it referred to you, and that yours was an important existence. You're slightly tall. Not as tall as, well, I mean, Sucro's short, so you're not really that tall. I assumed the dungeon was reserved for those intended for the mistress's consumption. 'Tis fortunate that we came here when we did. Fateful, even. As much as one might expect the unexpected, I doubt any of us could have foreseen this turn of events. She seems different from other Voidsent, at least those we've met, and the change we witnessed, I suspect, is due to your crystal purging the excess darkness in her. Even so, she still harbors a great deal of darkness. Capital D darkness, even. Like in Kingdom Hearts, I'm very keen to hear what she can tell us about herself and about her world. Also, I brought some cookies, or money. Xenos has been added to the unending right, I forgot we have the freaking codex. I said at some point, what if I read some codex entries before every stream, but then I didn't do that. That's in collection. Yep, WoW is the free company that is just me and Rika, because that's the sound that a Mikote voice that neither of us use has. Xenos, an outcast. Vandaniel, an Ascian. The Ascians, also Ascians. Portiono used to be a jerk, but is now less of a jerk. We have many things that we could read, but I don't think I will for right now. Maybe I'll read some of the Codex stuff out loud in the future, maybe not. I don't know. Might just be something to read on my own time. I agree with that statement. I should be allowed to draw a mustache on him. Where everything begins. So, I doubt you came to the dungeon by pure chance. What is it that you're after? We were looking for a Voidsent with whom we could converse, in the course of which we learned of you. We are visitors to this world and know little and less of its workings and ways. We would be grateful if you could tell us about it, about yourself. So it's information you seek. What do you offer for it? I beg your pardon? Voidsent do not give unless we stand to gain. If you desire something, you pay the price. That is the sole rule in this world that you call the Void. That makes sense. Pray forgive our ignorance. But what would be acceptable as payment? I suspect that such coin as we carry has no value here. Voidsent crave one thing alone, ether. In return for information, I offer you mine. Just not all of it, mind you. I still have need of my life. Very well. I will tell you no more than you can afford to pay. Then we have a bargain. If we are to talk about the Void, let us do so outside. Come with me. Nod. Joke's on you, dark-robed Voidsent. By sharing some of our ether with you willingly, you'll probably have your ether balanced out more and become, and like remember something or something like that, and like become more of a, less of a Voidsent type person. I don't know. Less of a corrupted by the Void type of Voidsent, at least. I suppose Voidsent just means anyone who is from the Void. So... You needn't worry for me. My life force is a small price to pay for her knowledge, and I will recover it quickly enough once we've returned home. That's a little worrying. Their one rule is no different from that of many in our own world. It's those like Alphino who are a rare breed. We cannot allow Y'shtola to bear the burden alone. When next the opportunity arises, I will offer my own ether.
This is where I belong. My home. This endless darkness you call the void.
That was also a cool screenshot, and also kind of an FF1 intro angle, since I took a similar screenshot earlier.
There was once light here, and it shone its warmth upon creation. The lands were green and the seas were blue. Life flourished. Before the war, the Contra Memoria.
Contra Memoria, huh?
It must have been a terrible war indeed.
It shattered the balance, causing darkness to engulf the world.
I guess that would be against memory, huh?
All life was transformed into monstrosities, void-sent. We are the natural order now.
As light begat sin-eaters, darkness begat void-sent.
Yeah, we knew that. The memory war also makes sense.
The sun was driven from the sky as fleeting day yielded to endless night. In time, even land and sea lost their distinction. And though the spark of reason had died in us, driven by memory's shadow, we formed factions and carved out domains. This castle, for instance, its erstwhile lord must have abided in such a place once upon a time.
If I may, the darkness in you is too much for any man to harbor. To my eyes, you are indeed a void-sent. Yet your knowledge of the past and your demeanor mark you apart from your brethren. You are different. That much is plain. But in what way, I am unsure.
As you say, I am void-sent, but only in part.
Gasp.
The darkness touched my mother when the war had only just begun, when I was still in the womb.
Oh.
As a child, I looked like any other, but darkness coursed through me, and I ceased to age when I'd become a woman grown. But that was then. And now, I may as well be one in full. I prey on the weak and serve the strong. I live to survive. Nothing more.
Forgive me. 'Twas not my intent to pry.
Gasp.
I realize, too, that I have neglected to ask your name.
As we say mortal, you may call me Void-sent.
That is liable to cause confusion. If you are not averse, we would address you by your true name.
There's a lot of Void-sent, you know.
And call me what you will. I care not.
Yeah, Asians aren't great. Pretty bad, generally.
How about 0?
Oh. A theme begins playing. With some motifs of Final Fantasy IV in it already, I think. So this must be Zero's theme, I assume. But yeah, I knew about Zero a little bit. I didn't know that much about Zero. I knew she existed. And now I can finally just call her Zero.
Meaning nothing. A name as fitting as any.
Yeah, there's definitely Final Fantasy IV main theme in here. Instant emotions thanks to sad piano music that's referencing a motif that I know. For free. Not just the main theme, I think, but also like this bit, I think plays in part of the final dungeon of 4.
No, not nothing, but rather a beginning. For it remains to be seen what you will become to us.
As I said, I care not. 0 then.
Cool hat animations. Hat tip. In my mind, this means she's mildly embarrassed by this, but hiding it, and also not showing it through like her speech much. Or like is mildly confused by this. It might be Cecil or Cecil's theme, I'm not entirely sure. The hat tip emote's good though. Here's to a fruitful partnership. I think it's a nice name. Sucro's absolutely option 2 here. I think it's a nice name.
A name is a string of sounds. Its meaning has no bearing on my nature.
I feel like you could summarize a lot of Sucro's characters sometimes with like the default smiley face emoji. She's just like pleasant and friendly. But like the default smiley face emoji in a completely unironic context.
We could ask. It is only fair that we tell you our purpose in coming here.
Yeah, exactly.
We are searching for a dragon. One who came to your world long ago.
A dragon?
Yes. Ashdaya is her name, and she is my sister. If you have any knowledge of her, I beg you share it with us.
Hey, is that purple up there normal? Is that normal or is that concerning? Because that looked like the thing that manifested behind 0 and blew its nose at us. Yeah, it's concerning then. Bless you. I know it said hiss, but I'm going to insist on this. As a bit.
Did you say something?
Justinian, did you hiss randomly?
No.
I thought I heard a voice as well. The keening of void scent, perhaps.
I think someone just needs like a tissue. A handkerchief, maybe? Hey, and she's got her name in the overworld name labels now. We may have subdued the void scent here, but I doubt they'll remain that way. Remain vigilant. No one else seems to be nearby. Perhaps it was just a trick of the wind. If not as out of the ordinary, I should like to hear more from 0. I can't imagine there are many part void scent like her who remember the world as it was. Beginning. A curious notion in a world where all has come to an end. I must say, we are rather exposed here. Perhaps we should continue the conversation within the castle. The throne room is defensible given its few points of ingress. Let us head back there. Moving wasn't part of the bargain. I'll comply, but I expect my payment promptly. You shall have it as soon as we've arrived. No tissues, huh? What a miserable place. Though honestly, if you have, here's my pro life tip from me to you. If you have frequent colds or other sinus issues, investing in handkerchiefs is a great plan. They are way better than using 1 billion tissues every day. Like, drastic quality of life improvement. Also, sometimes your chronic sinus issues that lasted for like 15 years can be solved with an over-the-counter nasal spray, I guess. Because that happened to me, and it was very annoying. And they're not like completely solved. I don't have the best sinuses right now. I forgot again that I can drive my motorcycle on this table. Oh yeah, I guess while I'm here, driving mounts around, I can point out a couple things. One, Fall Guys mount. I can't show off flying with mounts here, but this certainly exists and is present and is obtainable in the game. Two, I did in fact get another Sword Corpse Horse from the Garo collaboration by winning 60 PvP things with a Makai title. So this is a horse made of swords if you want. 3, when I was in Bosnia yesterday, I found this Gabriel Alpha. Now, I can't show you the coolest part about the Gabriel mount. This is a near model? Well then. I can't show you the coolest part because I'm not allowed to fly here, but when you fly it like transforms. It's neat. See if I remember about that later. What's this? A battle? Combat? I didn't realize that was actually a near flight unit. Partially because in a video I looked up for it, the person in narrating the video was like, this is pretty cool and it reminds me of the near flight units and I hope we get one of those as a mount. So I assumed it was only similar. I feel eyes on us. Stay alert. All appears unchanged here. I will see to the payment, and then we may ask Zero what she knows about Azdaya. I think what I'll do before doing that is this again. Which means it's time for the funny gamble minigame again. Here we go! Hello. I am here again. Congratulations to those who won. Condolences to those who did not. Here we are. Now, the proper Final Fantasy IV thing to do here hello, would be to make us fight Scarmeleon again, because he wasn't really dead. Like, I get that the boss version of Scarmeleon that we fought was already more like the second form of Scarmeleon, kind of. And also, like, back attacked the boss as a joke. Perhaps. Upon proceeding, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. In addition, you'll be required to participate in battle. It's been a bit since we've seen several cutscenes in sequence. Well, it's been since 6.0.
This place is as good as any. Let me have the ether now.
Very well.
You're mine!
Hey, look, it's Scarmeleon again. I didn't know that this happened. Truthfully, I did not. But also, of course it happened. It's FF4 time, everyone.
That fiend again? But we struck it down. Watched it die.
Yeah, this is great. I love that this is happening. That's why you didn't redeem Destroyed.
Fools. Death doesn't exist in this world. And I am free to return whensoever I please.
Also, good voice acting on Scarmeleone here. I forgot to add the last syllable.
Death doesn't exist.
Yeah, you might want to elaborate on that one.
Of course. In the first, the power of light, of passivity, prevents life from emerging in the empty. But in the 13th, the power of darkness, of activity, prevents life from finding rest, even should soul be separated from flesh.
Yeah, Scarmeleone did say my flesh when quote-unquote dying and nothing else, so you know. And yeah, I've got some silly technology on this stream, I guess.
So unless
some
one's
silly things I
essence
put
is
together.
absorbed by another, it is possible to return again and again.
This is probably part of why Voidsent culture, as it were, involves consuming the ether so much. Because otherwise they just come back.
Your ether. It is reminiscent of that creature's.
Oh.
Ah, my mouth waters at the memory.
What?
What? Great, what?
I must devour you too. Yes, I must. Ye drifting souls, by my power be reborn!
Oh dear.
If it's another death they want, I say we give it to them.
Oh, Alucard voice what, you say? Alucard voice what, you say?
What?
There you go. I've got a soundboard that I forget about often. But basically, yeah. Actually, considering that we're in the void and all, where is it? There seems to be a general theme of
Soul Steel
going on. Anyway. Zero just leaves.
If you could lend us a hand, we'd be much obliged.
Y'shtola says while smirking, apparently.
That you would. But you already owe me a debt, and until you make good on it, I won't lift a finger.
Consider
We'll
the
speak
following.
after you've won. But know that if you lose, I'll help myself to your ether.
Consider the following, Zero. If we win, there's also ether that you can have from them.
That a bothersome duty should deliver to me this lavish feast.
Scarmiglione, that's very funny considering that this is considered a solo duty in the game terms.
Come, struggle with all your might. It will make you that much richer and tastier.
Yeah, whatever. Love the music again. Glad to hear the music again. Plundered pawn, I like that too. That's fun. Hey, can I... Okay, I can cardia you. Understood. Anyway.
Every soul in this domain serves me now.
Well, that sucks.
Come, feast upon their flesh.
I'd rather they didn't, truthfully. Scarmiglione.
We'd do well to break up this feast quickly.
Historically speaking, feasts do not often go well for the Warrior of Light. And this is no exception.
Behold the power of the Archfiend of Earth!
He means to resurrect them again. Huh, let them come. A troublesome foe.
He hastens their regeneration.
We are deathless.
Yeah, it is mostly the drink part. You're not wrong about that.
Cannot defeat that which cannot die.
Oh, shut up, Alakwa White Mage Quest NPC. I recognize you in your one line that you have that's kind of funny. More than one person is allowed to say that, I guess. I can do this forever. My NP regeneration is A-okay.
Our foe has too great an advantage.
Does he? I mean, just... It's not that bad.
We need to drag him out of this damnable feast. Quickly, stand together!
I probably don't need to cardia anyone. I should just use it on myself, maybe.
A retreat may be in order.
learn. No matter what you do, you cannot hope to win.
You never know until you try, and I'm always happy to experiment.
Zero! Is there no way to stop them from coming back?
There is, but I have no reason to share it with you.
Zero, please. Ah.
You know, Zero, you do owe us for one thing.
Hey, yeah, you got a bunch of ether from that crystal that you do kind of owe
Your
us
name.
for. Oh, that too. But what about like
You'll
the crystal?
have your promised ether, but we are owed compensation for your name.
Clever one, Y'shtola. Hat tip emote.
A name for which I did not ask,
True.
but that I nevertheless did accept.
Also true. Very cool. Oh. A shard of darkness or something.
They've been crystallized.
Well now, that's quite the trick.
Zero gets to be very cool.
Satisfied?
Completely.
Come, my friends. With Zero's aid, we can defeat him.
What is this? What have you done?
A funny prank, mostly. Scarmiglione
Now
has
that I
little
think
flowers on
you
his
owe me a
hood.
debt as well.
Like wilted flowers.
You may have missed your mark, but I won't miss mine. However incurred, a debt is a debt. I will repay it here and now.
Oh yeah.
She can turn
Unukalhai did
voices
say that.
into crystal.
We learned how to say, I think it's Unukalhai is how they said it. Actually.
You tremble before my truth strength.
Cursed noise, huh?
Attend to the minions first.
You got it. I can't target them.
Be gone.
Ah, thanks. Zero's really taking advantage of the fact that Maimingir is also a dragoon type of thing. And she's clearly found some loophole that allows her to use a jump. Also, she said the same thing as Stinian did like a second after he did.
Reinforcements! This will hurt.
Whoops. Is this the first time we've actually had a fight with this theme playing? By the way, it might be. Oh no.
We cannot win without Zero. We must help her.
Another debt to repay.
I must deal with you first. I'll kill you all myself.
Finally getting serious, now. Very well. Let us return the favor.
Am I supposed to like move? Does like the one targeting me like change to an AoE where I was and you're supposed to move and that's why there's the Vuln stack? Or is the Vuln stack just a thing that you get no matter what?
Give everything you've got!
Oh, he just put one directly under me? Rude.
Fools! Do not think you have defeated me. I will return again and again. What? My flesh? Why won't it heal? What is the meaning of this?
Meaning is that you lose. Goodbye.
To seal ether in crystal. Memoria. But how?
Oh.
How can you have this power?
Memoria, huh? Interesting.
Death has no place in this world. We are beyond it. And yet, Lord Golbez.
Golbez
you
mentioned.
have sent me to my doom.
You have been
Curse
pranked.
You and your wretched flattery, and this abominable fate.
I think Memoria as a term shows up in at least a couple other Final Fantasies.
To the stars.
There we go.
On a vacation. I will cut you to pieces. All our books of pet.
Destroy!
Oh, speaking of memory, all our crystals of pet. Hello and welcome. You have a final dungeon in 9. I want to say it might be in Dimensions, but I don't know Dimensions very well. Dimensions has a job called Memorist, which gathers memories from where cutscenes were to get power.
You are welcome, seekers of might.
Okay, that's not exactly what I expected from Golbez, because I was expecting like more I was expecting something really close to the Dissidia Golbez, but it's got the right level of deep voice to it. Golbez has to do that with his cool cape every time.
Have called you for hither.
The unique text from Maze. I probably could do that. Maybe. Well, I only had... It relies on a green screen destroyed video, and I don't know if there is one of those for Maze unique text. Yeah, exactly. Dragons always have to roar. Golbez always has to throw out his cape.
I, who would see us triumph in the coming crusade, that I may entrust you with command of our armies.
Yes, but what of the promised gift?
Also, this is kind of funny now that I think about it. If Golbez is just straight up evil in 14, that's a little bit funny because there was like more to him than that in 4. But, well, don't spoil me. I don't know anything about what's going to happen. There's probably more to him in this.
In exchange for our loyalty, we are to feast on the finest ether.
And so you shall, for if you are to serve me, you must be strong.
Then honor the pact and pray we are not disappointed.
Very well. Behold.
Ah. Yeah, that tracks. Void sent Pog.
The fiery wings, the savage horns. It pulses with life. Such vibrant ether. This magnificent creature could only come from beyond the veil.
Varshan, I'm going to have bad news for you when I'm done remembering things.
Indeed. Feast, my friends. Feast and arise as my 4 arch-fiends.
Yeah, I got that implication, but now we're getting it confirmed.
As they are now, they can consume but a fraction of the dragon's ether.
I made a little title for you. I hope you like it. Yeah.
Just as well. The creature may yet serve other ends.
Thanks for villainously monologuing to yourself in the past so I can remember it, Golbez. I appreciate it. Now I have ominous foreshadowing.
Are you all right?
Yeah, but I have some real bad news. Nod.
The Void Sense essence remains, but it has been sealed away, transformed into crystal.
Memoria. Scarmelione called them. I take it they are connected to the war of which you spoke.
Aye.
Makes sense.
Their use was central
They
to
have
the cultural
memories.
memoria, hence its name. And to my knowledge, the transformation is permanent.
Well, that sucks for them, I guess. Wow.
I see. We thank you for coming to our aid.
More like Scarmeli owned a... No.
I repaid a
maybe
debt,
not.
and in doing so ensured that I receive my own due compensation, which I shall have now.
Yes, yes. I still have work to do, so I would thank you not to get carried away.
And then suddenly some other Voidsent shows up to interrupt, and this pattern repeats for a while.
Ether is the coin of choice. I appreciate the simplicity.
Estinian, would you be better with money if your life force was the currency? Or would you be just as bad?
That makes us even, I trust.
Nod.
Right then. When you picked up the crystal, you experienced a vision, did you not?
Zero's nod was like more short and slight than other nods, and I don't know if that's intentional or just incidental. Nod. At least I think it was a little bit shorter. It would make sense if it was intentional.
Resembling a great Wyrm. I dare to hope that it was Ashdaya.
Wyrm? I guess that would make sense as a way to say that with that accent, I guess. Hey, wow, the pattern on Sucro's jacket is more detailed than I realized.
Even as it pains me to think she's been made to suffer.
Also, Varshan, like, the inside of his mouth is blue. I think.
For the ambitions of this Golbez.
Interesting. Weird detail.
We've been given much to consider. Let us take a moment to review what we know.
Well, Varshan said he would get the next payment. And, like, that was still the first payment, technically, because the transaction was interrupted previously. If Golbez has Asdaya at his mercy, we must find him. Hopefully Zero has knowledge that will aid us in our search. We vanquished one of Golbez's archfiends, but 3 remain. As troublesome as this one, I expect. There is nothing like the ether of a living mortal. I haven't felt so satisfied since my return. I'm surprised we haven't said Zero owes us for that return from the crystal. The she, her, they, them, and cool hat mugs. Kinda, yeah. In light of our recent experiences, I expect we all have questions. I trust Zero can answer some few of them. We should still be owed at least that much, I dare say. From Memoria to Golbez and his archfiends, we have more questions now than answers, but that is a sign that we are making progress. If Golbez... Oh wait, I already said that, I think. Yeah. World of Darkness music. Sucro, you've come to the 13th before, yes? You fought Voidsent here. Nod. But clearly you didn't know they could regenerate, else you would have shared that detail beforehand. They seemed to state that at the time, yes, sir. I was in a bit of a rush and didn't have time to wait around and see. Both of these are true. Well, they kind of stayed dead that time. I doubt not that they did. There must be a reason why the ones you defeated did not return, in contravention of the natural order. Do you remember aught out of the ordinary? A sealing magic like Zero's, perhaps? There are circumstances in which we're unable to return. If you like, I can tell you about this. Please do. The more you devour, the more powerful you grow, but in the process, your essence is blended with those of your prey. Hey, remember that thing I said about Zero absorbing the ether of us and becoming more, like, or becoming less voidsent corrupted? I think I called it already. I think I called a plot point, and now it's being alluded to more, though not necessarily confirmed. Anyway, if you were to lose your flesh, the souls you had come to harbor may break free and coalesce into distinct voidsent once more. And before you yourself return, your own soul might be devoured by your enemies or your erstwhile prey, a fate more likely for stronger beings who require more time to regenerate. Sometimes that's true. However, even assuming you survive the process, it's highly uncommon to return as you were. Yet despite his greater strength, Scarmiglione managed to resurrect rather swiftly. Are there others capable of the same? Not that I'm aware of. His attachment to his flesh must have been unique for him to develop such an ability. Nod. Probably because of the Archfiend thing. I believe we understand the fundamentals of rebirth now. I'm ready to play the second part of the Final Fantasy VII remake. If I may, I would ask you about your power. Will you tell us about it? What you saw should speak for itself. I combined the ether of the soul and crystal. Many wielded this power during the Contra Memoria, but I'm the only one left. I am told that heroes of the 13th once sealed gods in stones called Auracite. Are they in Memoria one and the same? Auracite. I do not know this word, but the world is vast and perhaps Memoria had different names elsewhere. But it does sound quite similar. How does one come to wield Memoria, and what happened to your peers? I've never thought about that. I do know, though, that Voidsent can't use the power. I assume I can, because I'm mortal in part. I see. Zero, I wish to ask you about the man called Golbez. He may well have my sister in his clutches. Is there aught you can tell us of him? The name sounds vaguely familiar, Hat Tip Emote, though I can't say how I know it. If he is powerful, however, someone in the castle may have heard of him. Then we must try talking to the other Voidsent again. Let us entrust the task to Sucro. Her echo will help facilitate communication. More importantly, she should be able to maintain her composure better than a concerned sibling. Everyone looking at Varshan. That I cannot deny. Forgive me, but will you not ask about Golbez in my stead? On the terraces to begin with, perhaps. Nod. Thank you. We shall remain here and discuss what other avenues we might pursue in the meantime. I know what it feels like to have my essence blended with that of another. I kinda do if Dark Knight is canon, but I don't think it is. Yet tumultuous though it was only one worm's soul. To be bound to scores of others over thousands of years sounds horrible. Sucro does have the lion tail, yeah. It's a good tail, I think. I forget if there was a specific reasoning that I had for choosing that one, but I did choose it. According to your vision, Golbez recruited his champions and raised an army by offering a dragon's ether in exchange. Whatever his crusade, 'tis unconscionable to use a dragon's life force as fodder. He will answer for his deeds. So, with this echo of yours, you can see into the past. Interesting. Those memories may as well be all that remains of it, though. Everything and everyone was warped by darkness. However storied it may appear, this castle is simply the product of its mistress's mind. Huh. Scarmiglione, too, appeared surprised by Zero's power. As she says, it must be a lost art. And this makes her invaluable to our cause, far more than someone who can simply communicate. I really like the Troya music, by the way. I said that already. But the more I hear it, the more I'm like, I like this music. I think it's good. So the clever one hadn't been eaten. If no one wants it, then perhaps... Golbez? Of course I know of him. Only a fool without ears wouldn't. His archfiends lead armies to ravage and conquer. They devour those they deem useless, those who can't fight. If you don't want to be eaten, then you had better flee, though soon there will be nowhere to run. It seems the archfiends keep only those who are fit for battle. Others must escape or be consumed. Thanks, narration. If the one who devoured her dies, perhaps the mistress will return. Then I may bask in her gaze again. Golbez, you say? My mistress spoke of him. He commands the archfiends. They are very powerful and have conquered many domains. The mistress bade us defend the castle from him. Yes, she did. It seems the archfiends have been attacking other domains. Their fearsome reputation precedes them. Anyway, I gotta keep wiggling now, yeah. The tasty one returns to tempt me. I mustn't eat you. I mustn't eat you. Golbez, I know of him from those I have eaten. He has minions, and those minions have minions. No one ever sees him. With his army of minions, Golbez would seldom have need to act personally. It will not be easy to reach him. Yeah, he's gonna be like at the end of the video game or whatever. The end of the patch cycle. Except not really, because I think he's in 6.4. I do know things that I shouldn't. Not that much, though. Imagine if the narration just said, it'll be a few patches before you see that guy. Oh, you finished already? Or did we get carried away talking? There's no easy way to mark the passage of time in this world, nor do I imagine such things concern Voidsent. It would take considerable mental fortitude to still care after millennia in this endless night. The dark orb's kind of like the... You know, you're not wrong. I don't know if they have circuit stuff in them. I guess we can't really see from in here, but there are a big orb. That much is true. And this is the Final Fantasy IV zone. Is there no end to their questions? I should have demanded more ether. I wonder if they'll... I do wonder if anyone will ever bring up Zero getting a lot of ether from that crystal we showed her when we first met, and how she might technically still owe us for that. Or I wonder if they're going to forget about this. There were similar giant orbs around the first part of the Dead Ends. Huh. No trouble on your end either. Good. I dare say Scarmiglione's fate served as sufficient warning. Let's hope that those elsewhere have the same sense. How can you not love an ominous orb? Welcome back, Sucro. Were you able to learn Alta Value? Golbez is scary and we'll see him in a few patches. He's got a lot of minions, so we're gonna have to do like a bunch of dungeons probably. You know how it is. So countless voids send answer to the Archfiends, who in turn answer to Golbez, as your revision did suggest. Scarmiglione's aggression is also consistent with the claims that the Archfiends conquer other domains. The question is, how do we reach Golbez if he surrounds himself with armies of minions? We could target his other Archfiends, or perhaps those who have fled his service. Either may yield useful information. That said, we can't do much while we're stuck on this isle. Zero, I would ask a favor of you. I'm determined to save my sister Ashdaya. If there is even a faint possibility that Golbez has her, then I must find him. To that end, I want you to lend us your strength and knowledge. Will you accompany us on our quest? Forgotten the way of my world already? If you want help, offer payment. Does this count as being surprised by the worlds of their reflections? Well, if we... Whoop, that's not the right image. If we look at the bucket list again, it's being surprised by some of the civilizations in the reflections specifically. And, at least one person here directly said of the civilization of the void, yeah, that makes sense. So I'd say we're not actually very surprised if we want to be very technical about it. Nor is it really civilization. It's sort of just scattered groups that are mostly operating on a strength-based hierarchy. Also, the image I briefly showed for like 2 seconds is this old sketch of Ganondorf that I did for some reason when Tears of the Kingdom was revealed. I still have that as image 3 apparently. Anyway. Forgotten the way of my world already? If you want help, offer payment. None here will aid you out of the kindness of their hearts. Any who claim otherwise are liars and betrayers. Zero, do the hat tip emote. Or is this less a request and more of a threat? If I refuse, will you force me to serve? That is kind of Kirby. If you accompany us, we can offer you protection. Surely you must desire something. Name it. Well, we already kind of know that it's mostly ether, unless she has a certain other desire. Surely there must be something you want. Just tell us what it is. I have no purpose. Why would I desire anything? Maybe we can offer you a purpose. That's why I didn't bother to resist when the ones here fell upon me. What matters in a world that's already dead? By that logic, you've no reason to refuse our requests. The payment need but be to your satisfaction, correct? Did I not already say as much from the start? Very well, Zero. I propose you travel with us, and whenever you perform a deed that requires payment, we will provide it in ether. Nod. That's all you had to say. Everything else was superfluous. Fair point. Where to now? Either a place the Archfiends may strike next, or where refugees and deserters may seek sanctuary. Thinking. I know the latter. I'll take you there. I assume you also know how we can get off this isle. I was brought here on a mount. We can leave the same way. Yeah. There's a lot of nihilism going on. Now that you mention it, I did notice some flying creatures near the terraces. Given our numbers, we'll need a large one, but regardless of size, all can be won over with ether. The only mount that they have in this game that can carry 5 people, I think, is the Lunar Whale, so we'll need one of you to go to the online store. Being a void sent, I do not have any money. Zero continues on for a while. Excellent. Let us go and find our mount at once. Nod. Well, the only Void Scent mount that I know of off the top of my brain would be the Ahriman, so we just need like a really big eyeball. Not good! Lord Golbez must hear of this! Super Mario RPG minion overhearing everyone and saying I have to go tell Smithy type of behavior. We can get a better look at the orbs now. They don't particularly have any, like, circuitry lines in them. I need to figure out a type of controller that dies less quickly. I don't think this controller is already dying because it's like 2 seconds old, but there are times when Sucro decides to stop moving for a frame, and I'm very concerned. Zero will know best how to handle the creatures. Let us watch and learn. Were I here in my true form, I would be able to carry you all. But even were it possible to so enlarge the gate, the risk would be too great. Not all Voidsent can fly. It stands to reason that some would be made to serve as mounts. We should be able to find a mount here. With the castle in disarray, the creatures will be hungry. Just a little ether should suffice. Are you ready? So we're gonna get to see more of the void outside of this dungeon that we did. So they actually made unique areas for this?
There it is.
Bird. I mean, obviously the dungeon is a unique area that they made. But like, they made specific non-dungeon areas, potentially. Oh, is this the Death Gaze Mausole?
Degrees to serve. Get on.
For some reason I was thinking that there's an enemy somewhere named like Endymion that I think this might be. Nod. Oh. But it has like the old bones at the very least. It does look a little bit like Death Gaze from what I remember. Yeah, that's like what you meant and all. Ooh. Voidsent City? We get to go to a city in the void? Everyone always lands in the same cool pose. That's the way of things. It's important. Somehow Sucro's outfit doesn't seem like super out of place or anything.
My domain.
Your domain.
In the beginning, it was a sanctuary for me alone.
I'm not sure why Sucro's outfit kinda seems correct.
But over time, others began to gather here. Those who had nowhere else to go.
A settlement of pariahs.
What's that? Mortals! They're mortals! What's enticing ether? Let me have some, let me have some! Not fair. I don't want to be.
So Zero can generate a JoJo menacing aura at will.
You are
Got it.
under my protection here and will not be harmed. I give you my word.
Yeah, I guess the color scheme does seem fitting. I really like the muted blue tones that you have access to. I think cerulean blue is the specific dye. And then like her pants are ink blue, so they're a very dark blue. There's bits of brown for the gloves and the boots. Tiny amounts of gold accessory on the coat and the boots also. The hat is also cerulean blue. And then like the blonde hair. Blue is definitely Sucro's color. Smile.
Follow me.
I predict that at some point in the 6.x patch cycle, Zero will finally do a smile and it will be a big deal moment. Zero is going to smile at some point and I'm going to be like, she smiled! And I'm going to cry or something like that. If you have this sort of character, it's practically illegal to not have a part where they smile for the first time. And it's meaningful in some way. 'Tis quite a gathering of void scent. I pray one among them has the knowledge we seek. The longer one lives, the more one yearns for peace. I understand why some would sequester themselves here. Weather is still vacuity, by the way. 'Tis said that a person's domain is a reflection of what abides in their heart. If true, this place may offer a glimpse into Zero's past. Hey, Zero's domain. Okay, I was wondering if we had a name for this location. Ramshackle Square. Zero's hideout. So the only name for this place is Zero's domain. Got it. This is my abode. The others won't come near, so you may be at ease. While they know their place, if tantalizing ether were to walk by, I can't guarantee they wouldn't pounce. It is a voidsent's nature to consume, their sole purpose. Even if the pursuit of ether may lead to their undoing, many succumb to instinct. But any who succumb here will have to answer to me. This is my domain's one and only rule, and it is absolute. Consider yourselves duly warned. If you wish to go among the voidsent here, that is your choice to make. All have fled from one master or another, but whether any of those masters in turn served Golbez, I do not know. You must ask them yourselves. Most have traveled to your world, so it shouldn't be difficult to communicate. We shall go about making inquiries at once. Thank you for your counsel. Once we've learned all we can, let us reconvene at yonder plaza. Nod. You're going too, of course, in which case I shall accompany you. I wish only to observe. Do not expect me to help. Nod. Then it's settled. I'm ready when you are. Ready? Then lead the way. I leave it to you to decide with whom you speak. Zero is now accompanying you. First, I'll speak to you. Although this is my domain, I don't make a habit of strolling about. It is a strange feeling. Zero, tell me about your house. You got a fireplace, that's pretty cool. I call this my abode, but spend hardly any time in here. I return only for meditation. While physical wounds can be healed by replenishing one's ether, you can't preserve your form if you lose sight of yourself. Such is the risk inherent in consuming another's soul. It dilutes your sense of self, alters you inside and out. To guard against this, I meditate. Visualize who I am, in a place all my own. You know, that makes a lot of sense. You got some void candle. So fire is real, you're just not using your fireplace. Probably difficult to get firewood around here. Yeah, Sucro stopped for like a couple frames there again. Anyone know any like really good PC Switch controllers by any chance? The model I've been using, as I mentioned before, is just the Horipad Mini, because I need like a really lightweight controller because my hands hurt easily, I guess. So if anyone knows any like super cool Nintendo Switch type controllers for the computer, let me know. To walk around with her like that. You're her minion then. You know I don't take minions. She has some questions and I want you to answer them. I have questions. Golbez. I don't know that one. Only Skaha. Oh, yeah. Skaha. When she let us beyond the veil, I grew scared and fled. I've been here since. I don't know anyone else, nor do I wish to. That's all I can tell you. Skaha was a powerful voidsent who ruled over a vast domain. That was a long time ago, though, so I doubt she has any connection to Golbez. Yeah, I remember that one. What you waiting for, voidsent? Whose likeness is this, you ask? The hero who will save the world. I'm waiting for the day he comes, or was it a she? I can't remember the details. I don't know how long I've been waiting, or why I even wait. Could you be the hero, perhaps? No, I don't think so. Something tells me I'll know when I meet him, or her. I'll just have to keep waiting. Yeah, I was gonna look at the statue. Whomst. It's time for G-pose. Well... Indeed, some person with a sword and shield. Not only that, but I feel like I recognize the specific sword and shield. Whoa. I think that's the Endwalker artifact gear one? I think? I'd have to go check to be sure. They also have the cape, which is also featured in the Endwalker Paladin. Whoop. I don't think this is the Endwalker Paladin, like, armor or anything, but I think the sword and shield are. Ambiguous statue of hero. Well, maybe I should have been Paladin. Hey, hold on. If I switch to Paladin, do you say anything different? Nah. It'd be funny. By the way, the Magitech weapons are kind of silly. I got a few of them for glamour purposes because this outfit is vaguely steampunkish. Due to, say, having these gears on it and whatnot. Many of them are various forms of pizza cutter, basically. For example, You want to cut a really big pizza? Warriors got you covered. It's kind of funny. Zero doesn't seem terribly impressed by this, but, you know, that's fine. Zero doesn't seem to have much of an emotional response to anything at the moment. Yeah, the Magitech Newliths are like miniguns, 4 of them. I didn't want to use those. I went with a more like, these are the classical Newliths. I liked how they were like, I like the Newliths that have a different like shape to them. Like a lot of them are like kind of like guns, but then there's some that are more like these are like weird parts of a disc or like a weird bird or like a weird ship. I like the weird shaped Newliths. There's also some that are shaped kind of like trilobites, I think is the word I'm looking for. Ask about the plaza. This is the heart of my domain. Normally it's deserted, but you and yours have drawn everyone out. I don't recall this statue, though. Zero is going to do this hat tip emote so many times, and I'm going to, like... It's going to be good every time. I like the hat tip emote a lot for some reason. I desire to tip a hat, although any hat that would be tippable would no doubt obscure my ears, and that would be unforgivable. The great thing about this hat tip emote, in addition to just like being a fun character trait of hers, like a character tick, I guess you could call it, because it's kind of a tick, right? To be constantly doing the same kind of motion. I think that's the correct use of that word. There are some hats with Mikote ear holes, that's true, but not as many as there should be. But it's a fun thing for her to do, but also I feel like it can signify so many different kinds of emotions that it kind of really works for her vibe of like, her current vibe of you can't really be sure what she's feeling. I hope she does that in one of the later Point X patches, just like tips it down all the way and starts screaming into it. That'd be really funny. There needs to be a Zero is forced to participate in comedy section. However it came to be here, I certainly didn't wish for it. So Zero doesn't know why there's a statue there. But there is a Voidsent who says they've been waiting forever. Yeah, I do like the beret. This is the varsity cap. It comes with the glasses. I think the glasses are perfect for Sucro, honestly. You're one of the mortals. Is it true? When you die over there, you really die? Nod. So it is, so it is. What brings you here, then? I got some questions. Ah, yes, Golbez. He seeks strong minions to grow his army, so I hear. Sucro is very good, and I'm glad that people agree with me on that point. But recently he stopped doing that. Instead, he devours all. Perhaps, that's Zero, actually. Perhaps he's gathered enough fodder and is now intent on bolstering his own strength. A sure sign that he's about to make a move. How are you doing talking to the eyeballs over here, Vashon? It was in order to strike down the cloud of darkness that my sister crossed over into the void. What befell her after she vanished into the gate? How did she become Golbez's captive? These things and more I hope to learn. Something about the puttering of this bike here is kind of funny. Now, if only during these NPCs are accompanying you segment, if you used a mount that can have more than one person in it. If only Zero was just in the passenger seat right now. Completely blank face. Wondering how this happened. If only. Way. That'd be pretty fun. Stay away from me. If you don't want to be eaten, stay away. Golbez, I've heard the name before. I remember always speaking of a great crusade. I don't know what that is, but it sounds delicious. A crusade, you say? From whom did you hear this? Farfarello. He was a minion of another minion. Went on and on about the terrible things he saw. I see. Perhaps Farfarello can tell us more. Satisfied with what you've learned? But let's step away before you become too tempting to resist. I've been forgetting to talk to people twice, but I didn't feel like reading that second one, because it's just Voidsent hungry. Seems the rumors of Golbez reach even my remote domain. Fair to assume he's gathering strength for his crusade, whatever that may be. But I must say I wouldn't have guessed that Farfarello once fought in Golbez's army. It's a miracle he survived serving an archfiend. Questioning head tilt? I suppose I should explain. Farfarello is the weakest among us. Constantly in fear of being devoured, he seldom consorts with others. The only one he's comfortable with is Seriato. I feel like I'm saying that wrong. Seriato? Maybe that's right. He's a fellow coward who runs the instant he senses a threat and won't stop until he's exhausted. When their hunger grows too intense, they feed on each other's ether. Such is their relationship. But I ramble. You intend to seek out Farfarello, I presume? Nod. Then I'll come with you. He's less likely to hide that way. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Golbez is doing a funny dance. Well, not quite. Cool objects.
Not only did the mortals conquer Troy, they defeated Scarmalione. I struggle to believe it. They're very small, my lords. They were aided by one of our world, who transformed Scarmalione's soul into crystal. Crystal? This one speaks of Memoria. Now there's a word I've not heard for an age. Gonna bring a pang of nostalgia to my breast and a tear to my eye.
Throne of Water's voice actor really going for it.
If the very notion wasn't absurd! Drifted our good, drowned in darkness. As were we all.
The voices are great, I agree. So
and
far.
Yet Scarmalione still does not answer.
Scarmalione has left me on red for the last 3 hours. An unprecedented event.
Were he alive, he would have returned by now.
He always replies to my text messages.
Weakest though he was, his ability to regenerate was without peer.
He dropped his link pearl, yeah. The Four Fiends being here and being so central is pretty fun.
If this account is true, if a Memoriat has survived...
I've heard the occasional loud opinion that 6.x is kind of bad, but so far my opinion is that I think it's really neat and I like it, so, you know. The funny thing about
cannot be
opinions
suffered to live.
is that different people have different ones.
Leave this matter to me, Lord Golbez.
I've chosen to go out of order.
I, Barbaricia, shall strike down any who pose a threat to our plans.
The names are kind of a reveal because nobody will remember how to pronounce them. Barbaricia. You're supposed to be the third boss fight. Get out of here.
'Tis true, you are a proven commander, well suited to leading an assault.
And when I have succeeded, I would beg a boon of you.
This doesn't really feel like filler to me either. I think I have seen opinions of that nature, but I disagree with that as well. Like, this all feels pretty relevant. I think you mentioned it before at some point when I mentioned that I've heard people say it was bad to you, that people might have said the same thing about the Warriors of Darkness arc before Shadowbringers. And this does have the vibe of, like, this might lead into more in a future expansion. Similar to that one.
What do you desire?
The dragon's ether. All that remains.
That's a bit unreasonable, Barbaricia.
The insolence. Know your place.
Burn of Fire agrees.
With respect, my locks are free as the wind, without incentive to sway them. I know not whither they will blow.
Boldly spoken. I trust you will not disappoint me.
Upon this flowing hair and my immortal soul, I will not fail.
How many Voidsent weaponize their hair, and why? Why is this a common thing that's happened more than once?
Go and impress upon these interlopers the futility of defiance.
This is one of those, if I had a nickel for every X, then I would have 2 nickels, which isn't much, etc., type of things.
My lord.
Okay, something about like the throne sigil, like just lowering through the floor is funnier than it should be. Just like whoop, goodbye. Just phasing through the ground, a slide whistle sound. Hair is the most chaotic body part. Hair is divine in some mythology. Both of these could be true. Barbarello keeps to the fringes of my domain. This way. The Voidsent here don't answer to a master. They can do as they please. But all must answer to the hunger, and seek out prey when they need ether. Except Barbarello and Seriato, that is. They are content to take from one another. Barring an incident, they dare not venture out. When he takes flight, Seriato will not seek shelter until he's utterly spent. Barbarello, on the other hand, prefers to hide in the same place. Come. Well, there's Seriato. Oh, whatever will I do now? Oh. Seriato, this is rather unexpected. Where's Farfarello? Farfarello isn't here anymore. He's left. Yes, that's right. Left? That doesn't sound like him at all. Well, he's gone, all right. What more do you want me to say? And off he flees, as he's wont to do. But something about this doesn't sit well with me. What do you make of Siriato's behavior? Seemed frightened, perhaps someone had threatened him, or I don't think he was telling the truth. He seemed pretty scared. I doubt it. Had he been threatened, we wouldn't have found him in one place. No, he would run in circles until he could run no more. That's his nature. Thinking. As he says, Farfarello is gone. That is quite unusual. Hat tip. Questioning head tilt. This is the fact that Siriato, who's clearly frightened by something, chose not to flee, but instead hid here, where Farfarello usually... No. We must go after Siriato, now. I think Siriato accidentally consumed a little bit too much of Farfarello's ether. As in all of it. Yeah. Siriato, tell me what you've got. What do you have? Farfarello! No! Anyway. I'm so hungry I might die, but I can't, not while someone's near. You're not devouring my ether, you hear me? You're not devouring my ether! Something about I'm so hungry I might die, but I can't while someone's near is a little bit funny. Siriato, we need to talk. There's no time! The wind rises! We must flee! The wind rises? What is he talking about? After him. Guess I could go this way? No. There's a wall. Oh, hey, Estinian. How are you? If a void scent is too weak to create its own domain, it must join with others for protection. Alternately, it might devour them in a bid to become stronger, but in so doing, risk losing its sense of self. 'Tis an unenviable struggle. These two don't have much to say. It's funny to see one of these, like, aquatic type creature ones up close. Because their eyes, something about their eyes just makes them kind of look like, yeah, okay. I'm doing all right. I'm just kind of vibing. What's gotten into you? What do you mean the wind rises? The squid-faced voidsent? I didn't see them as a talkable NPC anywhere. When the wind rises, she comes! Barbaricia! Barbaricia! Barbaricia? Who in the world is that? We must flee, all of us! There's no time! There is no time. Your sword is enough. I didn't sense anything, but he seems convinced. It's a dead end beyond. We'll corner him. Squid voidsent somewhere references some other voidsent from something? Where are they at? Twitch chat's doing a weird thing where I can see on the string captions something that doesn't show up immediately on the actual chat for me. So I only see like the previous message every time a message is posted, I think. Unless I'm like looking at the right time. Oh wait, no, there it goes. We're doomed! There's nowhere to run! What are you running from? I already told you! Barbaricia, the Archfiend of Wind! I narrow. Archfiend, you say? We will be devoured or forced to serve, to fight in the crusade. But it makes no difference. In the end, all are eaten by her or her enemies. I don't want to fight anymore. That's why I fled and came here. I see. That explains everything, almost. I thought it was Farfarello who used to serve an Archfiend, not you. Not you who always ran at the first sign of trouble. You who now speak as though you were Barbaricia's minion. There's only one explanation. He devoured Farfarello, didn't he? Indeed, that would account for his uncharacteristic behavior. So is that the way of it? Did you devour Farfarello? And not just a portion of his ether, but his entire being. How did you know? Wasn't only your behavior that felt strange. You felt strange, as if there was more than you present. Now, I don't believe you would have lost control. More likely, it was at Farfarello's behest. I can't hide anything from you. I admit it. Farfarello didn't leave. I ate him. He feared Barbaricia more than anything. Hated the endless fighting. So he begged me to devour him that he would never have to fight again. Rather than an eternity of fighting, he chose a moment of pain. For all the good it did, I can still hear his voice in my head. He's frightened. So very frightened. When you're eaten, your essence is blended with that of your devourer. And though you have no control, your consciousness in part endures. Were this a world where the wheel of life and death still turned, the soul wouldn't linger so stubbornly. In time, it would return to the Great Flow. The Great Flow, huh? I guess we're learning a terminology of the 13th that used to exist, maybe. But there's no such end here. No escape. All know this. In making his choice, Farfarello must have been desperate indeed. And now that desperation has joined with Siriato's fear, driving him to act erratically. This place will become a battlefield. We don't want to be eaten, neither me nor Farfarello. But there's nowhere to go, nowhere! Then tell me about Barbaricia. I would know who it is we face. It's too late. She's as good as here, and no one can escape her winds. No one! Sound of wind.
Barbaricia! She has come!
I was kind of close with the voice. She set up a battle arena over there!
And she's brought her domain with her.
She's always doing this!
The Archfiend's after you and yours, I shouldn't doubt.
Yeah, that kind of happens a lot.
Perhaps you should go and find them. But be warned, whatever this is about, do not expect us to get involved.
Yeah, I know, it's a trial. I gotta find a whole bunch of other people who randomly stumbled into the void or whatever.
Eaten and being eaten! I only want to be left in peace!
You and me both.
Zero is a master at using her hat and the camera angles to cover her eyes. She knows where the camera is pointing.
One of the Archfiend's approaches.
They must have been tracking our movements.
She's here.
You can tell because of the wind. Barbaricia also has many swords now, I guess. Still being Barbaricia and not wearing any clothing. Didn't have a sword before, though.
Excellent. You've saved me the trouble of traveling to Troya.
Is it slightly less trouble to travel here?
So you're Barbaricia.
Mind your manners, mortal. My name is not to be spoken, save in reverence and fear.
Yeah, alright, sure.
And what is this pitiful domain?
Hey. Don't be mean. Be dead instead. Yeah, we did bring a dragoon, you're right.
I will put you out of your misery.
I think your domain is shit. I will kill you now. This is the extent of my characterization. Oh, well, you sure did do that. Don't do that, lady.
Alas, poor Scarmiglione. Good riddance. Felled by outsiders in pursuit of what? Pray tell?
I didn't expect an alas poor person anywhere. Alas poor Scarmiglione, especially, perhaps?
A dragon. One who crossed to this world thousands of years ago. Know you aught of it?
A dragon, you say?
I think she knows all of it. That's just a hunch, though.
Huh. My Lord Golbez is more clever than I realized. To let the prize live, that it might lure more prey to us. Very well. In gratitude and service, I shall devour every last mote of their souls.
I knew him far better than I would have liked. Would be very funny to say. Barbaricia is saying things like this so casually is slightly funny. But also, I'm gonna destroy her.
Where is Ashdaya?
Huh. You even share its scent. How curious. And irresistible.
Yeah, I agree, Barshan.
If you think us easy prey, you're wrong.
Estinian will do a jump.
Unlike Scarmiglione, I need not skulk in shadow to claim what is mine.
Single instance in any video game of a sword that stabbed into the ground, leaving a mark after being retrieved from the ground. Never happened before in any media.
If you would know about the dragon you seek, then enter into my domain. You may flee instead if you wish, if the fate of the sorry lot here is of no concern to you. One way or another, I will have satisfaction.
Well, if Zero doesn't owe us anything for the crystal, Zero's probably gonna owe us for, like, saving her domain from Barbaricia in a second. So that'll work too. Specialized anti-masonry sword? I think the only specialized anti-masonry weapons are things like the Devil Axe and Fire Emblem, which is the greatest idea for attacking a wall with. Always make sure to use the damage yourself sword on the wall. I've heard it's really funny, and also really, well, you die sometimes. Well, the plan is to kill Barbaricia. Go after Barbaricia, what else? Or if we go, we'd be playing into her hands. Well, we gotta go after her. What else?
Indeed. Yet she will have the upper hand in her domain. We must be no less than fully prepared.
An anti-masonry sword would just be a hammer? Maybe, but it sounds like that sounds like a philosophical statement to me somehow. Scarmiglione means unkempt or disheveled? Huh. Barbaricia means curly beard. Nod.
We find her and get our answers. Will you be joining us, Zero?
You may be easily goaded into accepting her challenge, but my curiosity is not so insatiable as to cloud my judgment.
Now we just know we can do it. We've done this like 40 times, probably. It's fine.
Nevertheless, if you are desperate for my aid, you know my price.
I shall pay it. So long as you leave me strength enough to see my sister home, you may take as much as you wish. And lest you forget, mine is no ordinary ether. Barbaricia too recognized its potency.
Barbaricia wouldn't be the first time a name was used in a gender swapping way, because I think, wouldn't Shiva be an example of that as well? Like, they use Shiva because it sounds like shivered, probably. But, like, yeah. Wouldn't be the first time for Final Fantasy.
Very well. We have a bargain.
What's Zero gonna do to help in this fight? Because this is a trial that doesn't have duty support. Unless it suddenly has duty support and I'm bamboozled again. Yeah, Shiva's typically a male deity. What little I learned in your absence did not pertain to the Archfiends. That discussion can wait until after we've tended to Barbaricia. Just you wait, Barbaricia. I will have answers from you yet. I mean, I guess she would crystallize her. That does make a lot of sense. I have no intention of demanding anyone's ether until afterwards. Weakening you now would only reduce my chances of getting paid. Good point, I guess. The less time we give the enemy to prepare, the better. If everyone is ready, then let us set forth. Indeed, and yet my heart weighs heavy for those Barbaricia struck down. Were it not for us, she would not have come here. Should you require a moment, Zero? For what? Barbaricia took what she could. She was wise to strike quickly, as we would be. Agreed. There's no time for sentiment. Only the battle matters now. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point someone was like, hey, Estinian, you'd make a pretty good Voidson, actually. I don't know how you would take that. Scamilione possessed the power of regeneration. Let us see what Barbaricia can do with her winds. Whoops. What little I learned in your absence did not pertain to the Archfiends. That discussion can wait until after we've tended to Barbaricia. Just you wait. I think you said that already. The wind rises. A word of warning. Barbaricia spoke as if she would give us answers if we were to defeat her. But assuming she'll talk, which I doubt, I trust I needn't tell you how foolish it is to give an Archfiend a second chance. Best to seal her away at the earliest opportunity. If you wish to peer into her past, the Memoria will suffice. I can't wield the power at will, or I'll try, but I make no guarantees. I'll try, but it doesn't always happen when I want it to. You do that, and if you fail, well, you'll just have to search elsewhere for answers. Rest assured, this won't be our last opportunity to learn about Ajdaya. If another Archfiend were to fall, Golbez would surely be compelled to respond. We only need wait for our quarry to come to us. Indeed, if our struggles with Scamilione taught us aught, it is that we must hold nothing back when facing an Archfiend. Let us heed Zero's advice and seal her away at the earliest opportunity. Nod. If we're all in agreement, then let us be off. We travel by Nisroch. Or Nisroch. Nisroch? Probably just Nisroch, because, like, Mach... Yeah. To transform a void scent into Memoria, we must first drain them of their ether. To wit, we must wound her gravely. Barbaricha will use every advantage she has. Traps, ambushes, we must be prepared for all that and more. This is not the first trial we have faced since coming to this world, nor will it be the last. But with you all beside me, I am confident we will prevail. So come, let us sally forth. Scarmiglione was the Archfiend of Earth, while Barbaricha is of the Wind. In this world given to darkness, I wonder what significance their elemental titles hold. You know, that's a good question. I didn't think about it. By the way, Four Fiends remix. Also bugs.
You're not the only ones who can ride the wind.
Justinian immediately plummets and dies. Yeah, see, she's still doing jumps still. Sucro is just not fighting at this point, I guess. Yeah, alright, I can't do any fighting animations in a cutscene, so it's fine. Oh yeah, she is doing Spectre Knight stuff. You're not wrong. I love the Four Fiends music. Also, Barbaricha, your hair being everywhere is kind of disgusting. I figured we were gonna do this. It's fun that we can just do this now. Storm's Crown now accessible. Oh yeah, this part of the remix, where it cuts to like a muffled Super Nintendo version. Yeah, they probably know. Well, before we do that, Zucker will politely sit in the middle of the circle as I go over here again. Whoop. Also check something real quick. Thank you for petting Calico. I will do one more of the funny mini game. Go ahead and invite my party members, and then BRB. Congratulations to the winners. Condolences to those who did not win. And so on.
Here we go. So they're finally here, performing for you. If you know the words, you can join in too.
Sometimes I wonder
Put
why
your
I have
hands
this
together
reading.
if you want to clap, as we take you through this monkey rap. Huh? DK, Donkey Kong. He's the leader of the bunch, you know him well. He's finally back, to kick some tail. His coconut gun can fire in spurts. If he shoots ya, it's gonna hurt. He's larger, faster, and stronger too. He's the first member of the DK crew.
Well, the DK crew is also known as the Five
Donkey
Fiends.
Kong. DK
So, you know how it
Donkey
is.
Kong is here. This Kong's got style, so listen up dudes. She can shrink in size, to suit her mood. She's quick and nimble.
Yeah,
when
Golbez
she
and the
needs
Fiends,
to be.
exactly.
She can float through the air, and climb
God
up
dang
trees.
it, now I'm gonna have to
If
write
you
a
choose
DK
her,
rap
you'll
for
not
Fiends and
choose wrong.
Golbez
With
parody.
a skip and a hop, she's one cool Kong.
As soon as anyone tempts me with the idea of a
Donkey
DK
Kong.
rap parody.
He has no style, he has no grace. This Kong has a funny face. He can handstand.
I'm
when
wondering
he
if I
needs
should
to,
wait for this
and
to
stretch his arms
conclude
out
before
just for
queuing.
you. Inflate himself, just like a balloon. This silly Kong just digs this
It
tune.
surely won't be instantaneous, right?
DK, Donkey Kong. DK, Donkey Kong is here. He's back again, and about time too, and this time, he's in the mood. He can fly real high.
Oh, I
with
don't
his
mean putting the
jetpack
lyrics
on,
to the
with
Four
his
Fiends
pistols
song.
out.
I mean
He's
writing
one
a
tough
DK
Kong.
rap
He'll
about
make you
Golbez
smile
and the
when he
Fiends.
plays his tune, but Kremlings beware, cause he's after you.
Because I would do that as a bit.
DK, Donkey Kong. Huh? Finally, he's here for you. It's the last member of the DK crew. This Kong's so strong, it isn't funny.
Conte
Can
and
make a Kremling cry out for money. Can pick up a boulder with relative ease. Makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can't jump high, but this Kong's one heck of a guy. Come on, Cranky, take it to the fridge. Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Aw yeah. Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells.
There are many
yeah.
silly occurrences playing at the moment, yes. There we go. Shoutouts to friends of the stream, Aya and Rika, who are both joining the party for this fight. And also, those viewing, if you would like to queue alongside, you're welcome to attempt to appear, I suppose. I think it's funny that Barbaricha is cutting in line. She's supposed to be the third one! Why you like this, Barbaricha? The weather is still vacuity, by the way. Oh, you don't feel like you're obligated to join or anything, of course. I just wanted to make it clear that it was an option that you had. She's not cutting her hair, so she's got to cut something else. I was trying to think of a way to turn that into a haircut joke, so thank you for doing that for me. And hey, I don't think it really matters if we have to wait in line for a bit, because that just means we get to hear this Four Fiends remix more. I wasn't trying to say that you felt obligated necessarily. I was just making it clear that you shouldn't feel obligated. In case you didn't. But yeah, fair enough. Oh yeah, that's true. How is Turtle Man's name supposed to be pronounced again? Was it Katnatso or something? We haven't heard it in the game yet, but it was mentioned earlier, but I don't remember. Is it really cat? That's not so? Huh. Clearly, I don't know enough about Italian. Italian was one of the many languages I attempted to take a course in once. I do love hearing this remix, so nothing is lost by waiting here. There's definitely a nya in there. Cagnazzo. Well, they'll say it eventually. We can call him Turtle Man for now. The point that we technically meet him first if we know the plot of Final Fantasy IV is true. But I was thinking about fight order, mostly, I guess. Barbaricia is just watching Sucro run in circles around a bunch of pillars of light and getting increasingly confused. But for some reason, not doing anything about it. Probably because she's waiting for us to walk into the arena where she's got some shenanigans set up. Are we just kind of like right next to it? Running in circles, being annoying to her. Yeah, cardio. That's like my main sage ability, right? No, it's cardio, actually. That was a joke. You said psychological warfare, and I misread it as psychological WarioWare somehow. I just think you should know that. Second favorite Endwalker trial. I wonder if I could guess what the first one is. I mean, they're all pretty great. Anyway, psychological WarioWare is not something I will be thinking about. The Storm's Crown! Empress of the Winds, Barbaricia. That's her. She's got hair and a sword.
Come, give yourselves to my scouring winds that I may feast upon your essence.
We've got at least one other newcomer in the party.
Such rich, exquisite ether. My hair shimmers with anticipation.
For a second, I thought she said her hair shimmies with anticipation. Which would be pretty funny. I think.
On your guard.
Okay. I see. Hair raid.
Try this.
I feel like the attack name Hair Raid has shown up before.
How about you?
I'm just following what everyone else is doing, and it's working out for me.
My locks are as the wind.
Ah.
So
Oh, okay. That's kind of fun. Interesting. I saw someone's Riddle of Earth buff pop up, and I thought, what if Barbaricia was a monk and had Riddle of Hair? That would be weird. Hair, the elemental hair everyone knows about. I just noticed one of our party members is a Dotharl. That's fun. Should have used Panheima, honestly.
A fair wind blows. You feel it too, do you not? You've done well to last this long.
Curling Iron is the name of whatever she's doing now. Oh, she's spinning. I see. Oh. I did mention monk. You're not wrong. I see. This is absurd.
I'll slaughter you all.
Nah. You'll do like no damage instead, actually.
This if you can.
Oh god, what the? Her like after images. Oh jeez. All right, Barbaricia, that's pretty cool, I guess. Ugh. Barbaricia, it seems that you have no chill. And like there is such a thing as wind chill. So like surely you know what chill is. It would be on brand for you, arguably. Oh, I didn't notice there was an AoE out on the outside somehow.
Don't underestimate me.
I got visually overwhelmed a little bit, as one does. I think I somehow timed that Numa well.
Know your place.
Knowing your place is a key part of the combat in this game. You're right. Thanks for the tip. Oh, you didn't mean the positioning? I thought you were trying to help. Oh dear. I'm over here now. Oh, I'm dying. I have 2 vulnerability stacks, so, you know, that makes sense.
You can't escape still.
But I'm also number 3 on the aggro. I mean, I know healing adds aggro, but that must mean I'm doing pretty alright with the DPS too, probably. So that's good. Or I'm overhealing a lot. Also possible. But I'm mostly just using the OGCDs, so I'm doing it correctly. Except for the moments when I had to heal myself more. That went really well.
No! I will not be denied!
Someone posted a Moogle macro. Who do we give the commendation? Ketchi, I guess. Commend the other healer for helping. Styled upon. That was a cool fight, and we did really well. Good job, everyone. Now let's see Barbaricia get owned, but like in a cutscene instead.
There's still time. With more of the dragon's ether, I can yet.
You're
Nope.
finished.
Damn it all!
The spikes put the barb in Barbaricia. A crystal, as Mario would say. Am I getting anything? Nothing? Hey, come on here, cooperate. Echo broke.
I see you've
Understandable,
bested
have a nice day.
Barbaricia. Well done.
Yeah, I like the ways you're freezing your observations, like, or the observations you're making, or whatever. Just, it seems like it's gonna be a little bonus round and then it just keeps going. That's pretty fun, yeah.
Her minions too are all crystallized or scattered. The day is ours.
What of my sister? Tell me you learned something about Ajdaya.
Echo broke. Sorry. Varshan just says, understandable, have a nice day.
So the Archfiend and her crystal yielded not.
I don't think the story has done a thing before where we're like, it's fine, we'll just learn about stuff through the Echo, and then the Echo's like, nope. I don't think that's happened before. That's pretty great. That's funny. And also very interesting. I wonder if there's anything, if there's any reason for it, or if it's just arbitrary.
Our efforts have not been entirely fruitless.
I mean, destroying Barbaricia is pretty good, even if we didn't learn stuff.
You've deprived your sister's captor of another powerful champion. With Zero, we may yet challenge Golbez and his minions.
Indeed. We could not have come this far without your aid. Thank you, Zero.
I but fulfilled my part of the bargain. And now I will have my...
Zero, you doing okay there? Oh, you bought the Play Dead emote on the online store, I see.
Her ether is nearly spent. Perhaps unsurprising given how much power she used.
You know, that's fair.
I wouldn't want to face another Archfiend without her. We should hurry back to Zero's domain.
Agreed. Eager though I am to continue, it would be unwise to risk our lives for the sake of haste.
Zero's gonna wake up and just be like, this means I owe you again. God damn it.
Let us suspend the mission and tend to Zero.
We need to wait until the next patch, so Zero passed out. I mean, I get it. It makes sense that she passed out. But it's also kind of funny to think about it in the meta context of, okay, we've done the story. Time for Zero to take a nap. They took her hat off. But that hat is so important. Zero hasn't so much as stirred. Such power she must have expended. Thank you for petting Calico. We can see Zero's hair without the hat. It's normal. Wow. Though so slow as to be nearly imperceptible, Zero's chest rises and falls in a steady rhythm. Breathing. Good. In her present state, Zero is easy prey for other void scent. We must be on our guard. There's the scythe in the hat. You could have at least, like, put the blanket over, like, tuck her in. Come on. Be polite. Unless that's weird somehow. Though Zero remains unconscious, she appears otherwise fine. Insofar as I can discern, at any rate. Being part void scent, her physiology may be rather different from ours. Let us observe her for a while as we discuss our next move. Azim's crystal has been added to the Unending Codex, you say? Now, I haven't been reading all of these, but that's kind of interesting. Is there anything in here that's... Does the Codex have any, like, details that are, like, not something that they really tell you directly? Like, is there any new information in here, or is this mostly, like, a recap service? Is what I'm asking, I guess. Warrior of Light's path has ever been paved with trial and tribulation. Just like Phoenix Wright. Occasionally, huh? Maybe I'll have to start reading more of it. Maybe we'll have to, like, figure out which specific entries are worth reading. Even those part void scent require rest, I imagine, and her own abode seems as good a place as any. Unlike the source, however, there is scant ambient ether for her to draw upon here. Umbra Light and Astral Dark is consistent across all shards, and some of the character details have 1.0 details. Interesting. It's mostly new information, and then it clarifies things which were extremely ambiguous when they were brought up in character voice. Huh. Well, alright. How much of it do y'all think I should be making sure to check? Because there's a lot of it to go through. And if I just decided to read all of it, I'd be here reading it for like the next hour at this point. Okay, same line. Presumably Zero's dialogue is also just, she's still breathing. It occurs to me that the funny line of a Mega Man X game where Dynamo says to Zero, "You must be busy dying all the time," would be an applicable thing to say to Zero because they can't die permanently in this world. General they, as in like nobody here most of the time. So she might be dying all the time. Do you think we'll run into a void scent named Dynamo? That'd be funny. How long do you suppose she will remain this way? I haven't the faintest inkling, nor can I say whether the ether we can afford to share will be enough to waken her. Who would be the Dynamo equivalent in 14? I feel like Scarmiglione is the kind of person who would say Nightmare Souls, they're very good. Grenouat also possibly, yeah. You don't need to hide yourself or try to repair yourself? Yeah. Scarmiglione would absolutely say, "Nightmare souls, they're very good," or something. Anyway. It would be best to take her back with us to the source. There she would be guaranteed all she requires. Is that fine? Can we do that? Fan Daniel, possibly also. Yeah, I only have vague knowledge of Dynamo as well. I know that he makes fun of Zero for dying so much, and that he says Nightmare Souls, they're very good, which is a very silly thing to say. Zero cannot give her consent, but it seems we have no choice. The alternative would be to leave her here defenseless. Should she later desire it, we can bring her home. Nod. The games themselves only have vague knowledge of Dynamo? Fair. Nod, nod, nod. Everyone is nodding. Sucro, might I ask you to hold on to Barbaricha's memoria? It may yet serve a purpose. Shoots lightning, eat nightmare, chip and lie. God. Video games are so cool. Hey, what's up? Oh, what happened to her? You have business with Zero? We have a newcomer, a former minion of Barbaricha. Let her know when she wakes, will you? Barbaricha's minion. Why not go and find this newcomer, so we have something to tell Zero, if nothing else? Indeed. May I trouble you to join me, Sucro? With luck, we might learn something of Golbez. Nod. If Dynamo just kind of shows up, which Final Fantasy XIV villain is the most just kind of shows up arbitrarily type of villain? Who's also silly? I guess probably like Grinoa or Scarmiglione. Gilgamesh? Oh, Gilgamesh. Dynamo is more villainous than Gilgamesh, though. Gilgamesh is a silly Greg, but still. This appears to be the newcomer. You're the ones who felled Barbaricha. I won't make trouble, I'll obey, so please let me stay. If you would obey, then tell me all you know of Golbez. There isn't much I can tell. Only the Archfiends are allowed into his domain, wherever it is. None but they know. I see. No better way to guard oneself than keeping one's location secret. How does Golbez communicate with his minions afield? He has these scepters, staves. Whatever they are, he uses them to talk to those far away. Not unlike link pearls, at least in function. That will be all. My thanks for your cooperation. My thanks to you as well for affording me the time. I am satisfied, so let us rejoin the others and head home. Whenever Barbaricha moved her domain, someone get left behind. No such worries here. Hey, what's up? Nothing to say. Vritra has told all. Golbez goes to great lengths indeed to conceal his whereabouts. While I'm sure Nobdeen has matters under control, I can't help but worry. Let's not keep them waiting. I trust you understand that once we leave the 13th, we will not return until we are prepared to resume our search. Knowing this, are you ready to depart? You will not be able to freely return to the 13th. Are you certain you wish to leave? Yeah. Not really much to do here, unless the story calls for it. Group nod. Back to Troya then, and thence home. Nod. Yeah, that is unusual in this game. I guess Estinian has to carry her. Whooshing sound? Concerning music for this area. How long have they been here, I wonder? It's Sucro. It's Y'shtola. They all look a little bit dazed. It's Estinian and Zero. Hey, he put the hat back on. Why was the music so ominous?
You're all safe. Thank the sisters.
I guess Zero is kind of unconscious, which is fairly ominous and not great.
A moment while I close the gate.
Are you able to do that now? Is the lid just gonna like clonk on that? Okay. I thought it was just gonna go like dunk and not, Atomos wouldn't fit.
There. We may rest easy for now. Was
Or
there
like-
any trouble? I expect some void scent slipped through.
Atomos would be squished like a funny pancake. Like a Super Nintendo Mode 7 sprite squish. Like Bert the Bashful.
A few did, aye. But we were ready and dealt with them without incident.
That is well. I cannot thank you enough for your vigilance.
Yes, you're grateful. But aren't you forgetting something more important?
Oh, now Bean's face with its angles
You know.
and lighting.
The polite but warm formalities one delights in hearing when their little brother returns from a long journey.
He's a very pointy man.
Indeed, you are right. It is good to be home again, among those who I love dearly and missed so much.
And we are glad to receive you, Varshan. Welcome home.
By the
Chambers
way,
have been prepared for your use at Megaduta. Let us take Zero there at once.
hopefully I do an okay job with the voice acting. Maybe this is a bit of a weird time to bring it up, but part of me is kind of wondering, like, I'm going for kind of imitating the voices that are used in the game, but is that, like, okay for me to do for everybody? Is that, like, could it be argued that it's not great for me to try and imitate certain accents? I mean, I'm not doing it in a way to mock or anything, but it occurred to me that I should probably ask about that. Okay. I want to be respectful as much as possible in all cases. So Zero gonna be like, how is having ambient ether around going to affect her, I wonder? Okay, thank you. Thank you for answering my question. Mistress Funk, we've been expecting you. If you would follow me, I will show you to the guest chambers. I felt it was important for me to ask about that since I'd thought
Our
of it.
mission took many an unexpected turn. I am relieved that we have all returned safely.
There are many cool rugs in this room.
But before
And the
you
book.
all
Sucra has
enjoy the rest
detected
you
a
have
book.
earned 12 times over, I would consult you on one last matter.
Also, it's very funny that you said re-zero, like in a grammatically sensical way. But I'm like, haha, that's the title of an anime, I think. Yes, it is. One that, like most anime, I know nothing about. And I don't know. Given my particular issues, a lot of anime is a bit dangerous for me to look at. I think I know someone who really likes it, so, you know, opinions are different and all that. Anyway, let us focus on Zero, apparently. Nod. Her hat's off again. Something about putting the hat back on to carry her and then taking it back off again to put her back on a bed.
In slumber, and I cannot help but worry.
I mean, it makes sense. It's an efficient way to carry the hat, but it's slightly funny.
Is there aught we can do to expedite her recovery? If her ether is exhausted, perhaps I can share some of mine now.
I feel like it'll be a lot easier to give her ether in this area, also.
In the wastelands of the 13th, one can only replenish ether by taking it from others, be it by trade or by force.
Put the hat on Sucro over her existing hat? Now you're thinking. That reminds me of the video game Super Lesbian Animal RPG. Because one of the characters in that game, Claire, wears a wizard hat and she refuses to take it off for any reason, so you can never change her helmet. Until you get her ultimate helmet, which is a smaller wizard hat that she can wear under her wizard hat. It's great. That's a good video game, by the way. Anyway.
In contrast, the source is rich in ambient ether. Simply being here and drawing breath, Zero will absorb what she needs.
Hey, I really like this elephant decorative, like, lamp post type situation here. That's a really cool design. I guess this shot sort of puts it in the center, so I noticed it, but it's really cool.
Then we need but wait.
I feel like, aside from any attachments she might have to the void and her home, Zero just being somewhere where she doesn't have to fight and kill for ether is probably going to make her, like, I know that if I was suddenly somewhere where I didn't have to worry so much about a vital part of my life force, I would probably want to stay there.
I believe so.
But I mean,
she will awaken in time.
Who knows?
And when she does, give her something to eat. Judging by her form, she should also be able to derive nourishment from food.
Oh right, Zero probably doesn't know what food is.
I know you promised her your ether, but perhaps she might appreciate fine harnish cuisine more.
I hadn't even considered that.
Food can certainly be arranged.
Food is known for being used to replenish ether, I think. So that there is ether-rich food, probably.
She looks like any other person. Unsurprising, perhaps, given that she is only part void sent.
Is this going to be a comedy type situation where instead of demanding people's ether, she's going to, like, discover she really likes a particular food and then starts demanding payment completely seriously for, like, peanut brittle or something? I don't know. Loving depiction of food? Alright. Makes sense. Oh, that's
Zero
next time?
said before
Okay.
that Xenos had altered her essence.
I don't particularly like looking at or thinking about food. But
A change
It'll
wrought,
be
I
okay.
suspect, with the power of darkness. It acted upon the part of her that is void sent, rendering it dominant. Thus, we were able to reverse it with the power of light.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's like math, probably.
I labor to believe that Xenos possessed such arcane knowledge. In all likelihood, it came from Fandaniel.
Oh, right, the Tales of whatever. I did have that in the list. I forgot about that being in the list. I was also gonna ask, since we are next time on the schedule, we're not done yet, but I'll mention it since we're talking about next time a little bit, is variant dungeons, and I don't know how much of each I should do. Like, if I did every route of every variant dungeon, that would be 3+ streams for sure, because there's 3 of them. I feel like it would take a whole stream to do a whole dungeon, but if we just like did a little bit of each one, we could also just like one fight with each boss. Is it possible to do the quote-unquote optimal or true route first try? Okay, but that doesn't have every boss then if you're saying 4 routes. It is, okay. This variant dungeon stream might require a bit more planning, which is funny because like tomorrow would be a stream day normally, so there's no time to plan it. Anyways. Fandaniel did something.
Wholly void sent. I doubt the crystal would have had an effect on her.
Fandaniel did a Fandaniel thing. Right, yeah, that's what I was saying. The true route doesn't have all the bosses. I was saying, is it possible to do the true route before I noticed that you said 4 routes per dungeon for one fight with each boss? So I didn't know that until I was in the middle of saying words already, I think. Anyway.
One might say that Hydaelyn had a hand in your meeting.
I guess. In a sense. Nod.
'Tis no exaggeration to say that Zero has proven herself invaluable. A boon from Hydaelyn herself. Her cooperation may come at a price, but whatever it is, I am willing to pay it. Exhausting though it may be at times.
So I don't have in my notes where Tales of Newfound Adventure Part 1 is. So you might have to give me that information once we're through the patch proper. Since that does seem like a reasonable thing to do now. It's in rods. You might need to be a little more specific than that, but we'll get there. We'll get there. You doing all right, Zero? Breathing appears to be less strained than it was in the 13th. Close to where I am. Well, we're not actually like done with the patch yet, so. This is a nice guest room. My chamber is much the same as this one. Too opulent for my taste, but at least it has space to train. I guess it does. I mean, I guess this didn't stand out as opulent to me because this is just sort of the style of the city. Anyway. She seems to be faring better here, praise be to the sisters. Oh, you forgot the patch kept going? It might be really close to done. Who knows? We haven't actually seen a quest called Buried Memory yet, though, so, you know. If I may excuse myself, I wish to pay a visit to the High Crucible. It'd be funny if there wasn't a quest named that. As a further prank from, like, how last patch the first quest was Newfound Adventure. While the scales function admirably, it would be prudent to have them inspected for signs of degradation. By all means, I shall do the same for this vessel. Then I'll go and meet with the soldiers, share with them what I learned fighting Voidsent in the 13th. What of you, my friend? Have you any immediate plans? Nothing in particular. I'm just worried about... I might go and tend to my island. Okay, having an island sanctuary being like, yeah, I might just go, like, go to my funny island, I guess. That's funny. That's an option. I'm just worried about Zero. Being worried about Zero is like my legitimate concern from those options at the moment. In that case, might I trouble you with a small task? I wish to have food ready for Zero when she awakens, you see. Would you be willing to go to Merid's Mehen and ask for suitable refreshments? Leave it to me. Excellent. In the meantime, Nidana shall watch over Zero. She is already en route. Let us each then tend to our respective businesses and reconvene anon. Seems like the food might be in this patch, actually. Zero is going to be very confused very soon by things such as food, but also things such as bright color. I wouldn't be surprised if she woke up and thought something was wrong with her vision. Or her mind, for that matter. If not both. Welcome to Merid's Mehen. Please make yourself comfortable. I'm looking for whatever kind of refreshments would be optimal for a guest who passed out due to... maybe I don't need to give you all the details. What? A guest of the satrap has collapsed from hunger? Of course I would be happy to help. You need only tell me what you desire. Your most expensive dish just for good measure. Something light and refreshing like fruit, perhaps. A rich and hearty meal with plenty of meat. A modest quantity of a living mortal's ether should suffice. Oh no. Not Punished Zero. Or Venom Zero, rather. Or both? I forget. I think fruit's probably a good starting point. Here's my actual logic for this. Someone who hasn't eaten food in like a millennia, if they suddenly eat food, they might get sick if it's like too much. Right? This was at least a plot point in one movie somewhere that I have vague knowledge of. Someone getting stuck on a desert island for a long time. Yeah, digestive system not handling the other stuff is the general idea. Probably gonna start with some fruit, maybe. Ah, yes, that would be perfect for someone coming out of a long slumber. Please take these apples with you then. They've just come in and I can guarantee their freshness. Afterwards, once your guest feels better, she's welcome to sample whatever else we can provide. Just let me know. Okay, so here's a question. When are they going to sell bartending emotes on the Mog Station and make $1 billion instantly from every club owner? They've got this guy with the shaker over here. So many people would buy bartending emotes for real money. That's like free, that's free dollars. That's like, that's the freest of dollars for this game particularly. You went for meat because that's the thing your character would want? Fair. I think Sucro, with a farming background, would have at least some... She would probably like fruit and vegetables quite a bit, and also have some knowledge of, like, nutrition, vaguely, in the background. They're waiting until they finish the Tifa cosplay set. That would also sell 1 million copies instantly. Ah, welcome back. Lest you worry, Mistress Nadana has been taking good care of our guest. Will you be joining them now? Yes. Zero. Very confused, probably. Okay, ceiling isn't that weird. Okay, ceiling is pretty weird. Light's weird. Also, offering her fruit is the least loving depiction of food option as well, probably. So that's also a bonus for me specifically, who doesn't want to look at food too much.
Is this an inn? What happened? How did I get here?
Very lovingly portrayed. Yeah, still, but it's an apple. That's better than other options for me, probably. Immediately put on the hat. Oh, no, actually, no. She tried to stand up first. Apple is an emoji more than a food.
There's no time. I must rejoin the battle. I must...
Zero, you're not doing too well.
Oh, you're awake! Wonderful!
Also... Okay, good, there is comedy instantly.
What is this? Some sort of fiend?
Zero.
A fiend? Where is it? Where?
Oh dear. Okay,
But this is no time for jokes.
I was a little worried
You're in the sauce, my dear.
that,
Right next door, so to speak. The others brought you here after you collapsed.
I was a little bit worried that they wouldn't allow Zero to be in a funny situation. Like, for a while. But I think it's very important that we have a funny bit of Zero being a fish out of water. It's important to balance the tone of a story and all that. And also, like, get through Zero's shell a bit, as it were, I guess.
I'll fetch them at once. Wait, just a moment.
I really did expect her to immediately go for putting her hat on, though. I hope she does a bit where she tries to tip her hat and then doesn't have it on, and then she just, like, freezes. Yeah, I'm instantly endeared to Zero for so far. They are good at making characters that I like immediately or quickly. Apples. We found the apples with the most triangles in them. Do you know what food is?
I took the liberty of arranging refreshments. I hope you find them as flavorful as they are invigorating.
Truly one of the lesbians of all time. I haven't really gotten a hint of her having any sort of orientation
This
yet,
isn't
but,
what you promised.
But
I suppose ether is ether.
We'll see. I tend to try and avoid jumping to conclusions of that nature. No, that's not how you eat food. Okay, I guess it is how you eat food, never mind. I mean...
Wait. Don't tell me you don't know how to eat?
So many negative energy damage.
I took what I needed from it. What's the problem?
Where's the enjoyment in that? You're supposed to bite, to chew, to savor, and then swallow.
Zero is very confused.
That's the way. So, did it taste good?
Also, her earring is very elaborate. I didn't really notice before that it's like 4 earrings connected to more earrings.
I don't know.
You know, that's an extremely understandable response, Zero.
The long years without eating may have dulled your sense of taste.
I can relate to that a little bit. I have an impaired sense of taste as well, I
we
think.
void scent have no need for such when consuming others. There are some who speak of taste when describing the quality and affinity of their prey's ether.
The earring and the hair are very lesbian. Okay, yeah, that's fair, I guess. I can sort of see that.
but I loathe the act. Taking ether in small amounts like this is one thing, but diluting my essence, diminishing myself, I'd sooner die.
Eating an apple isn't gonna make you, like, diminish your essence.
Countless times.
You must be so busy dying all the time. There, I got to say it.
You have? But what happens when you do?
Nadana just immediately taking a scientific interest in this. She's like, oh, that's cool! Ah, I see. Beloved by the lesbians.
Not much. After a while, you return, together with all your expended life force.
If you absorb the souls of enough apples, do you turn into a tree? No, but if a tree absorbs enough souls, it becomes an X-Death. That's kind of similar.
The important thing is to die where others won't devour you.
Strategic death locations.
Amazing! My peers who study immortality and resurrection would be most interested in this phenomenon.
Nadana, please.
The question of taste aside, I am glad that you are able to partake of food like us. I dare say it agrees with your personal preferences.
That's true. You can keep giving me the same on a regular basis.
Very well. As my guest, I shall see that you do not want for comfort.
Zero will soon be very confused how she cannot sustain herself on apples alone. Well, unless she can, because half Voidsent.
And one other thing.
I guess that's probably fine.
We brought you to our world without your consent. And for that, I apologize. If you wish it, we will return you to yours once you have regained your strength.
Also, she's still not wearing her hat.
It's fine. I have no reason to go back.
Really? Because when you woke up, you were saying you wanted to rejoin the fight. I have no reason to go back. Apples are too cool.
Except for yours, perhaps. You intend to cross over again, I take it.
I do. I have yet to find my sister. I want nothing more than to rush to her aid, to find this Golbez and free her from his clutches, if he still holds her captive.
Though if our recent experience has taught us anything, 'tis that the 13th is more dangerous than we ever imagined. Caution must be our watchword.
I think Sucro is probably wondering in the back of her mind if it would have been polite for her to remove her hat at this time. Probably wondering this after realizing that she is still wearing a hat, after not having thought about it for a bit. Nod.
Better late than never. In the short time you spent in our world, you left a trail of chaos in your wake. You managed to return in one piece this time. But don't assume you'll be so lucky the next.
Rest assured, we will make no assumptions and spare no preparation.
I do think they are making the bite in the apple more every time. They are putting a lot of attention to detail into this one apple.
While we rest and ready ourselves, I ask that you tell me more about your home. In return, I will tell you about ours. I will show you my domain, Radzet-Han.
Again, a stranger in this strange land.
Equip hat.
I have a
Hat
condition.
equipped.
You must come too.
Okay, why? Blink, blink, nod, smile.
You have my thanks.
It's going to be relevant to the story, so you need to be there to see it. I want to understand more about Cat. It was my pleasure to show you the city when first you arrived. I shall enjoy doing the same for Zero. This world is brimming with ether. I feel invigorated just standing here in the breeze. Glad am I to hear that. So is there any place in particular you wish to see? Hat tip emote. I feel like I should be keeping a running tally of how many times she tips her hat, but I've already lost count. I want to say it's been like 5 or 6. Perhaps where that food came from. Apple, was it? Well, I don't expect I'll collapse again. It would be good to know where I can procure more if necessary. Mered's man it is then. I shall introduce you to the head waitress, Milil. Bashan and Zero are now accompanying you. While bound to Xenos, I never saw vibrant cities like this. Only ruined places, not so different from the Void. I guess you did see some of this world, but like, as you just said, all of the ruined places mostly. Do you recall the time we traveled together to the outpost? Should our tour take us outside the city, we must make use of Hamsa again. Ah, that makes sense. Perhaps my perspective on Reaper is that it's pretty fun, but I don't think melee jobs are the role for me. Wait, was there anywhere else I could go for optional conversations? Doesn't seem to be. But yeah, I'm not exactly sure how I would explain Sucro being a Reaper if she was. This is the place? The air is different here, and I speak not of the heat. There's a texture to it, a fullness, unlike that of elsewhere. You smelled the cooking, I believe. Hanish cuisine is quite fragrant, and delicious, I hope you will agree. We could attempt to introduce Zero to Merit herself, but Milil is more likely to be available. Welcome to Mered's Mayan. Greetings, Milil, and may I introduce you to Zero. She is an esteemed guest, and I ask that you see to her meals during her stay. Ah, yes, Mered has told me all. Please come to us whenever you're hungry. We'll look after you. Yeah, that works. I had the vague idea when I was considering maining Reaper of the pact somehow being an accident, like Sucro tripped into a clumsy Voidsent or something. Because I'm silly like that. It was here that Sucro obtained the apple. While the palace cooks can prepare whatever you desire, 'tis certainly a quick and convenient food. I'll remember it. Who are the ones there moving their bodies about? Is it for some ritual related to eating? The dancers, they move their bodies to bring pleasure to those who are watching. It's a form of entertainment, part of our culture. How needlessly complicated. We Voidsent preferred simpler pleasures. Milil's just like, okay. I mean, stuff was explained to her, I guess. That may be the way of it now, but your world too must have had such complicated diversions once. I don't remember. Well, let us move on. I propose we visit Balshan Bazaar, where goods the world over may be found. I'm half expecting some kind of silly montage of Zero being confused by a lot of things to happen. That's kind of what we're doing, but still. What are all these things for? What do you do here? This is a marketplace where people buy and sell goods. Since its earliest days, Razatan has served as a trading hub, and here you'll find not only local products, but wares from distant lands. I should mention that the vendors generally only accept payment in coin or tomestones. If there is aught you desire, I shall take care of it. So that's what tomestones are for. Hat tip emote. 7 or so. Void sent return with them on occasion, but I never knew their purpose. They struck me as useless trinkets, and I couldn't understand your obsession with them. On that subject, there appears to be no shops in the 13th. Or there appeared to be no shops in the 13th. Do you never make bargains in which possessions are exchanged? We do, but rarely. We strike bargains when we want something done. If we desire an object, we kill whoever has it. I see, I see. Your bargains may be likened to employment, I believe. I shall bear this in mind. With that, let us continue on. I propose we head to the High Crucible of Alchemia. Everyone is surprisingly, respectful and measured in their response to Zero being like, in my culture, we do a lot of killing each other all the time. We mostly take things by force. Like, she's not saying this in a threatening way, she's saying it in a matter-of-fact way, but everyone's like, okay. Well, this is how we do it here. And you might find it similar in this way. It's... I appreciate it as well. It surprises me, because you would expect people to react like, what? But, like, everybody is just being reasonable all the dang time. This is probably not the fastest route to this particular NPC. Or this particular speak point. Seems like this patch is going on for a little bit longer, also. I should probably go ahead and do that. God, you're right, Alphino isn't even here. There are so many Scions who don't know anything about what we're doing. And that's actually pretty funny to consider. I'm sure they'll be brought into the loop over the course of the rest of the patches. It'd be really funny if Alphino just wasn't in 6.x though. Why, Master Vitra, how may we serve you this evening? If you're here for your vessel, I'm afraid we're still tending to it. No, there is no rush. Pray take as much time as you require, and know that I have complete faith in your work. The High Crucible is home to the finest alchemists. They are the ones who created my bodies and can provide you with healing as well. Now that I think on it, you weren't all surprised when I changed forms. Were you aware of my nature from the start, that I was a soul occupying a vessel not my own? Yeah, they are helping in Garlemald. That's true. I wonder if we can go talk to them and update them on stuff. Probably not. It's hardly uncommon in our world. When given the chance, many shed their bodies to claim stronger ones. Oh, you must be the rumored guest. We've been most eager to meet you. You have a moment, would you care to stay from some tea? The sisters know we'd love to hear your tales. No, I've had enough food for now, and can always obtain more without the need for inane chatter. Now, no need to decline outright. I dare say you are tired, so let us save it for another time, and return to Megaduta. If aught catches your eye en route, do not hesitate to say so. I guess the rudest person here is Zero, but that's probably not even her fault. That's just how she is. Yeah, she's not trying to be rude. That's just, she's just being Zero. I guess so, yeah. Trees. Some sort of fruit? Pitiful things, though. I imagine you need to eat a lot to derive any satisfaction. These are the mulberry trees. While the fruits are indeed edible, more important are the leaves which we feed the silkworms. Without the creatures, we wouldn't have the silk to make our famous Thavnarian weave. Furthermore, the bark of the tree also possesses medicinal properties. You would be hard-pressed to find a more useful plant. Is that so? Aside from food, I wouldn't have considered any other purpose for it. Master Ritra and Sucro too! If it isn't young Merid, and that must be your sister, Yasra. Is all well at the orphanage? Yes, Your Excellency. The other children are very nice, and we all look out for one another. Oh, just the other day, Estinian came to see us. Everyone was really excited. Estinian great with children? Truly, Estinian paid you a visit. That is well. Nod. Is she a new friend? Friend. You know what that is? Wait, why was I doing an accent for friend? You know what that is? Right, she doesn't know what friends are. What? You mean you don't? She is a visitor from a faraway land, you see, and is still unfamiliar with our language. Then we'll teach you. A friend is someone you like to play with. Hat tip. Play with. Xenos seemed to be enjoying himself when he fought you. Is that the same thing? More or less, absolutely not. No. No. Nope. No. No. More opportunities to just say Xenos sucks. Thank you. Then I'm no closer to understanding it. Why he traversed the great expanse? Why he risked life and limb for you? Yes. But I waste energy dwelling on such things. I am not Xenos. I stand to gain nothing by knowing his heart. I'm sorry I couldn't explain it well. There's no need to apologize. The fault is not yours, but mine for failing to make sense of your words. Nod. Well, we'd better get back to our errand. Goodbye, it was nice meeting you. Various waving. I love that Zero's hat is specifically constructed for that camera angle where one of her eyes is obscured by it. That's happened to more than the hat tip emote so far. What is a friend? 'Tis a seemingly simple question, but the answer is anything but. Only a child, innocent and pure, could reply with nary a moment's hesitation. Though through Xenos, I thought I understood the ways of your world. But the more I learn of it, the more I realize how little I actually know. It's all so strange, your behavior and your reasons. I find myself baffled at every turn. But the feeling is not unwelcome. I'm learning, bit by bit. It was the right decision to join you. Darkness warped all life in the void, even plants. Only now do I recall flowers and the value they held. There it is. Buried memory. I believe Zero's time has been rewarding, and 'twas in no small part due to your company. My thanks for agreeing to join us. Come, let us return to Megaduta. So far, I like Xeno, or not, I almost called her Xeno. I don't like Xenos at all. I like Zero a lot so far. She's a fun character with a cool design. Ah, more food is here. So the food was unavoidable after all, truly. But the apples are still right in front of her.
So, what are your impressions of Radzatan?
There's a lot of mortals.
True.
Considering your origin, I can see why that might be your first observation. Though they would call each other people, I think. If you wish to know about our fair city, I should be glad to place a guide at your disposal.
No need. I'll show myself around. There's only so much about my home I can share with you in return, after all. While I remember some few tales of the past, I cannot speak to their authenticity. But if that is enough, then I will tell you of the events that saw darkness engulf our world. The Contra Memoria.
That seems pretty important. Nod.
We are all ears. Please.
Varshan, you are currently in Aura. You are no ears. Your horns here, I think, is how that works. Maybe they're still called ears, and I don't know that. But still. Imagine if Aura said, I'm all horns.
Long ago,
that'd be
light
cute.
filled the world, and all was at peace.
But maybe they just refer to their horns as ears.
Came, and they bequeathed a black art unto men.
The Asians did a I don't swear much, but I can't think of anything else to say other than they did a fucky wucky for some reason. I mean, they kinda did. So, you know.
The power of hope and prayer, one could call forth fearsome beings known as Eidolons.
Eidolons. Yeah.
The Asians. And these Eidolons are surely primals.
We've heard the phrase Eidolon used in other contexts in this game as well, I think. But also, like, in Final Fantasy in general, they've perpetrated a mischief. I don't think that really... Because they didn't just do a mischief, they also messed it up. So... But nod, anyway.
You face the same, and understand that when an Eidolon is birthed, strife follows. And in such strife, the weak are the first to suffer.
Indeed. They've beefed it on a planetary scale. That's fair. Yeah.
When it seemed the world would be plunged into chaos, heroes appeared. They who were blessed with a singular power.
This person's got like a mix of summoner and monk going on with their aesthetic. Interesting.
The power to bind the ether of Eidolons within crystals known as Memoria.
The horn is mostly the part that's giving me summoner. This is an outfit you can get from Tower of Darkness or World of Darkness. Fair. Makes sense. Probably like the striking one then, if I had to guess.
My mother was one such Memoriate. But in fighting to save many, she herself was touched by darkness. As was I.
Also, possibly worth noting, I'm noticing that Zero is already conveying more emotion in her voice than she was before. That's probably deliberate. I mean, she is explaining an emotional memory, but also, like, she's probably figuring out what emotions are again. More already. Whether she knows it or not.
And so you were born part Voidsent, before the world was overcome.
How exactly did that calamity come to pass? Did the Memoriates not triumph?
They did. They expunged the seeds of chaos and restored the peace, only to find themselves seduced by the darkness they had sealed.
Gasp. Eye narrow. That makes sense. That's how Aurosite do.
Transforming men into monsters, what you call Voidsent, and raised armies to wage new wars.
And this was almost certainly the plan of the Ascians, but they overdid it a bit much.
Not the first to be corrupted by power, nor the last.
Some defied temptation and held fast to the light. My mother and I among them. For years and years we fought, but it was not enough. And when our strength was spent, our bulwarks broken, so too was the world.
The flood of darkness.
Yep. Nod.
The
She did a
stars
normal
faded
nod
from
that
the
time,
heavens
also.
As a pall black as pitch enveloped creation. Darkness raged unchecked, rending the very walls of reality.
Because I mentioned way earlier that she did like a shorter, slighter nod, and that was more of a normal nod. I'm noticing a lot of details, I guess, that I don't know whether or not they're intentional, but I suspect that they could be.
I was cast into the rift, and there trapped for what felt like an eternity. Until I came upon a crack. Tiny, infinitesimal, but enough for me to squeeze through.
The laws of the universe meant nothing, Sucro. It sucked. Yeah.
And find my world changed beyond recognition. Into the lightless waste you saw.
So you were floating between worlds for a really long time. Huh.
So that is how you were able to escape becoming a Voidsent in full.
I suppose I should consider myself fortunate. Were I like most others, I wouldn't have lasted a day before being devoured. We, the lost, are better equipped to survive in a lost world.
I think she was smiling for a second. So they did do the she smiles a little bit sometimes thing. But not really at all in the way I thought. Sucro's having to think about all this.
A lost world, you say?
Like the one with bonus levels in Donkey Kong Country. Incredible.
I wouldn't be so sure. The 13th is still there, is it not?
In a sense, yes.
What are you getting at?
To explain requires that we initiate you into the truth of the source and its reflections. Be warned that this will take a while.
Time to recap the entire plot to zero. Gasp. Interesting that they use the Shadowbringers motif here. Wonder what that's about.
Then, unlike the worlds that have been rejoined, mine still...
The Oracle of Light prevented the first from being completely overcome. so the situation may not be completely identical to that of your 13th. But the fact remains that we were able to restore a measure of balance to a world brought to the brink of destruction. After which, some intrepid young souls succeeded in restoring life back to lands thought lost to light.
Eden mentioned...
Which gives me cause to hope the day may yet come when life springs forth anew in the 13th.
So, I've just had a thought. The Archfiends, right? Yeah. Now Gaia and Reen, those are definitely some lesbians that are in this game. That one I will definitely say. Zero, I need more evidence, I guess. But yeah. The coffee biscuit lesbians. Indeed. I hope they're doing well. They're basically the adopted daughters of the Scions as a whole, so I hope they're doing well. Well, adopted lesbians, like, I don't know. They can't both be adopted daughters, that'd be weird then. Yeah, but, okay, so thought I had, the Archfiends, they're elemental. So, does that mean that they have a vast quantity of elemental ether? And therefore, if we were to destroy them and disperse their ether in some way, we would be restoring some etheric balance, perhaps? I mean, their ether is currently stuck in a crystal, or whatever, but, you know, maybe. Maybe that could be part of our cool plan that we have.
Of course, these are only possibilities. I offer no guarantees. But having experienced what we have, I dare say we are more qualified than most to speak on the matter.
Wait, I don't understand. Why would you say these things? As if you mean to... But the sole reason you came to the Void was...
To find a dragon, aye. And in light of what we've seen, we'd be fools to strive for more.
But we are fools.
But we Scions, former Scions, begging your pardon, have a habit of not leaving well enough alone.
Estinian's great also, by the way.
Old habits die hard, don't they, my friend?
Estinian is only getting greater over time. Something about him that's just really, like, good for the team dynamic, I guess. Nod. I'm here to solve problems on
Restoring
purpose.
the light would serve our efforts to find and free Ashdaya. There is no reason not to try.
Do as you will. I have no desire to save that world.
Be that as it may, we will have need of your power when next we face Voidsent.
See, her saying I have no desire to save that world. First of all, in a lot of other works, it would be a thing that would get a shocked reaction from people. But we're still just accepting her, which is good. Second of all, it seemed pretty clear from her other reactions that that's just a lie. She is doing a lie right now. She clearly cares. And yeah, like, Estinian's viewpoint and, like, attitude and, as you put it, personal flavor of doofus definitely, like, contributes to what, something that the group was missing before. I just noticed the cheese that is on the table. An elaborately rendered cheese with holes. I think I would guess that Zero is actually lying to herself more than she's lying to us. Also. Partly because she's confused and doesn't really know what to make
you know
of all
how
this.
It works. If you want my help, you must pay my price. And now that you've drawn Golbez's attention, it's going to cost you more. A lot more.
I need every apple. Is this scene different if you've given her different food
I
before?
will consider this a deposit.
If you pick not apple? Oh. Is apple actually just like the correct answer? Apple is required? You know, somehow I think that's perfect for her. Well, I guess I'm kind of smart then. I guess I did a smart thing. Though our time in the void was short, we managed to ascertain that my sister yet lives, and it cannot be overstated how fortunate we are to have met Zero. But the greater blessing is nevertheless you, my friend, for your encouragement to embark upon my search anew, and your help in overcoming the challenges thus far. The next quest I'll want to seek out is Shadowed Past. You got it. That's the Tales of Newfound Adventure. Oh? An eyeball? Did we let, like, the tiniest void synth through? Or is that just a comedic background event that's in the foreground for some reason? Oh, is that hinting at that? Golbez and his minions will seek to stymie our efforts. Of this we can be sure. But with you all at my side, I have confidence that we will succeed. That we will find and liberate my sister. And that we shall return home together. Nod. Really bold, innovative story choice of putting the funny background of it in the foreground of a scene. And now the meanwhile. Elsewhere, yep. Oh, the scepter, I was gonna say control rod for some reason. The scepter of Barbaricia rose back up, apparently.
First Scarmiglione, and now Barbaricia. Useless, the both of them.
It was no lie. They conspire with a Memoriat.
And their search for the dragon will lead them here. The war looms nigh. We cannot allow these interlopers to interfere.
If I may, my lord, I have a plan to eliminate them. In order to guarantee its success,
Is that good? Probably not.
I will require Cagnezzo's cooperation.
Cagnezzo. Cagnezzo, I think is how that was said. Cagnezzo. That makes a lot of sense, actually, I think. It's either Cagnazzo or Cagnezzo. I couldn't quite tell through the filter. Good to know how to say that, finally.
If there's sport to be had, then I'll play along. As much as I dislike following your lead, I have no patience for screaming.
Cagnezzo's voice actor is having a great time. Absolutely having a blast.
Good to have confidence, but do not forget the cost of failure.
Cost of failure is that you're dead.
Rest assured, I will see the dream to fruition. Even should I be consumed by my own flames, I will pave the way for one and all.
Then I will trust in your oath and your plan.
We will give you cause to rejoice, my lord. This I vow. Ha ha! Some excitement for a change.
And now Golbez turns to the camera and alludes to his real motives. Maybe. Or maybe he doesn't turn to the camera.
Sacrifice is too great. Even should my 4 archfiends be lost, I will not halt my steps.
You're gonna run out of room for stepping, though, pretty soon, because you've got like a small platform.
Passivity is an obstacle to my cause, and so you must fall.
I have no idea what that means, Golbez. Sounds concerning, though. Prison of passivity. Is that like light related or like actually passivity? Because passivity is kind of a light type thing.
What irony that the blessed damned should set us free.
I have no idea what that means either. Did you just like sword slice a cutscene or something?
As I swore so long ago.
Okay, he kind of turned to the camera a little bit. Oh wait, he turned around without like throwing his cape out. So he is able to turn without being dramatic with his cape. Are you swearing to your throne?
The gate lies open. At long last, my ambition shall be fulfilled.
That seems concerning, but I don't really know what you're going on about yet. The first has been added to the codex. Yeah, the voice acting in 6.x seems pretty great so far. Alright, so... Voidbound. Fair enough. So, Once More Unto the Void is presumably the first quest of 6.3. Yeah, codex can fit an entire shard in it? Wow. Wowie zowie. So, okay. Shadowed Past, huh? Well, do you mean Shadowed Pasts plural? Because it's right here, if so. Shadowed Pasta. All right, just checking, because it's not impossible that they would have 2 quests with extremely similar names. Eyeball. Ah, Mr. Sucro, you couldn't have appeared at a better time. You see, while out patrolling the city, I chanced to sight a void scent. Gasp. Okay, yeah, a level 90 quest that mysteriously appeared on the roadside is pretty suspicious, I guess. I immediately chased it down with the intent of eliminating it, but something about it struck me as odd. For one, it made no move to defend itself, but simply sat there, jiggling. Which is why, against my better judgment, I decided to capture it instead. Having traveled to the void, I dare say you might have considerable knowledge of its denizens. If you have a moment, might I trouble you for your opinion on the creature's unusual behavior? Nod. I'm truly grateful. Now, if you would follow me, the creature is being held in the Hall of the Radiant Host. This actually makes me wonder something, but also I remembered something I didn't look at. Okay, so I could have been prepared to do funny rabbit interlude today, actually, but I didn't do these quests yet. And I'm trying to do math here. I might be almost ready for the Omicron one too. Hold on, I need to open a calculator. I could be ready for both of these next stream. At the very least. Okay, yeah, I wouldn't have been ready for Omicron. Trapped it under a cup and slid a piece of paper underneath? Probably. Okay, but the thing I'm actually wondering, idly, I wonder if Zero is anywhere. Now that we're in the between patch state, as it were. Like, is Zero just sort of hanging out somewhere being like, I don't understand what a tapestry is. Please help. What is weaving? The only thing I know about weaving is that sometimes I have to push buttons in between other buttons. I don't get it. She might be. I feel like it would make a lot of sense if she was. But I don't know where she would be. Where is she around? Oh, this elephant lamppost feature is everywhere, actually. Which makes a lot of sense. I meant to check the place I actually teleported to. Would I like a specific answer? Sure. You can tell me if she's around and where she is. Why not? That's not much of a spoiler, I don't think. I just think it's worth... She's at the airship landing. Okay, I wouldn't have thought to check there. Probably. Oh, there she is. The way the sky changes color with the passage of time. It's probably a mundane thing to you, but to me it's a marvel. I dare say I won't soon grow bored in this world. I'm glad that she's just standing around and we could check on her, see how she's doing. I'm glad she's having an alright time. Being able to look at a sky that can be different colors. Sullen-eyed Voidsent. The Voidsent glowers in your direction, but says nothing. Okay. Here it is. Surprisingly docile even when I captured it, and there have been no reports of attacks prior to that. Even so, it's the nature of Voidsent to prey on people for their ether. Perhaps it bides its time waiting to carry out some manner of scheme. You! I remember you! Yes, you were at Troya. Please, you must help me. I'm assuming you're the one that was many eyeballs, and now you are one eyeball. What do you need help with? Oh, you do understand me. I understand the mortal tongue well enough, but I don't have a mouth to produce the sounds. It's been a struggle to convey my thoughts. I have no mouth, and I must convey sounds. Famous story. But not anymore. You can help me as you can. I can understand it, so... You can converse with the Voidsent? Amazing. Could you ask it why it came here? Nod. When you and yours stormed the castle, I was caught up in the fighting and died. In time I returned, but I tire of fighting, so I fled using the gate to your world. Yeah, the Echo doing this barely happens. I mean, it was mentioned when we were in the Void too, actually. I think Y'shtola said it would facilitate communication or something. Having just been reborn, however, my essence hadn't fully bound together yet. And so when I emerged from the gate, it was as several sundered selves. Oh, we need to find all the eyeballs and put them back together. Frightened and confused, they scattered. Following their trail led me here, my diminutive size allowing me to remain largely unseen. But by the same token, I can do little more than sneak about. Each of us was weak and powerless. That's why we consumed one another in the first place. Together we were strong. I want you to help me find all of me so I can be whole again. What do you intend to do in this world? Why, live here, of course. I've always wanted to. We still remember the past, you see. Still remember when we were mortals. Wait, what? That's a significant thing. I was under the impression that very few people remembered anything. We long to have that life again, but we need your help, starting by reuniting us. We won't try to devour anyone, even when we're whole, I swear. Are you able to swear for all of you? You wish to learn more about the Void, yes? There is much we can tell you about those who rule its domains, about their past. Find the others and they'll tell you all they know. No eating, no tricks. Do we have a bargain? This is apparently what the Solenide Voidsent's voice has become in the course of me reading this one cutscene. In an attempt to vaguely emulate what I remember it originally being, it has mutated into whatever this form is. So it crossed over to our world to escape conflict and now searches for the rest of itself. I understand Voidsent are quite reliable when it comes to fulfilling a pact, and I dare say having one as an ally would benefit our research into their world. Very well. If you would be so kind as to search for its kin, I will consult my superiors on how best to deal with them. Leave it to me. By that I take it we have a bargain. Good, good. I sense 4 others close by. When you find them, you need only point them in this direction. Once they sense my presence, I can guide them the rest of the way. Nod. I can't believe they added a collectible to this game. I can't believe we're going to recruit Scully from Chrono Cross. What's that? I asked you to search for me in exchange for knowledge about powerful Voidsent? I was still wanting to see this and that, but I suppose a deal is a deal. Those men over there, soldiers are they not? We used to have soldiers in our world too. There were lots of them during the Contra Memoria. I've lost the voice and it's starting to turn into Hotel Mario now. Like it just left my brain and Mario started entering my brain. Mario has logged in, as they say. Ah, back from Weaver's warding, are you? I hear you fought well against the Voidsent that slipped through. Come now, I merely did my duty. Haven't we all sworn to protect our nation, no matter the cost? Salute. Salute. Protect our nation? How familiar are those words? Where was it that I heard them? Maybe I should just do the Hotel Mario voice. That's one I know I can consistently kind of go for. Questioning head tilt? Oh yes, it was the early days of the Contra Memoria. The enemy had conjured the terrible Eidolon that laid siege to a fortress. Yeah, I guess I'm just sliding into it, so I'll just go all the way. The garrison was made up of ordinary soldiers, men and women with no remarkable abilities, but led by the valiant commander, they fought bravely and desperately. They had to last until the Memoriat arrived. The commander told them, need to hold out no matter the cost. Hold on, I need to actually double check what you're saying. Words and facts and thoughts are starting to leave my brain. This happens sometimes. I also have ADHD, like Sucro does. Anyway, okay, they summoned an Eidolon. They laid siege to the fortress. The fortress of ordinary soldiers who fought bravely. And they were waiting for a Memoriat. Okay. A Memoriat did eventually arrive, but not soon enough for the soldiers. Also, the amount of emotion they get out of this funny small eyeball in its animations is pretty impressive. Oh, geez. Having struck down the Eidolon, the Memoriat and his servant searched the castle for survivors. They found only the dead. Okay, now the voice feels like it's too silly, because this is serious now. Oh. That's a really interesting... There's like a fade between two still frames. That's a really interesting cutscene thing that this game hasn't done ever. But just when they'd given up all hope, a faint groaning reached their ears. They rushed over to the sound and cleared away debris. To find a lone survivor, the garrison commander. 13th confirmed to have cats. Zero knows what a cat is, maybe, potentially, already. Instead of joy, however, the sight of the man filled him with anger. Your soldiers are slaughtered to a man, yet there's barely a scratch on you. What's the meaning of this? The Eidolon was savage but mindless. It was a simple thing to hide myself beneath fallen debris. Well, hide? As commander, you had a duty to your men. You were supposed to put their lives before your own. Spare me. My duty was to ensure the fortress stood, and it did. Besides, my death would have achieved nothing, honor be damned. No, I'm sworn to protect our nation. To do that, I must live. It isn't my fate to fall here. It isn't your fate, you say? Oh, geez. I wonder if maybe the darkness was getting to them already at this point. They could also just be more anti-hero type people, I guess. Is he merely unconscious? Come, let us bury the soldiers and their commander with them. Wow, that's messed up, man! Fate shall decide what becomes of him, whether he lives or dies. Very well, my lord. Dude. Like, you're probably going for like an ironic punishment or whatever, but like, dude. Well, I guess he lived. Funeral rites were later held for the fallen, but solemn tears quickly gave way to horrified screams as a body emerged from the earth. The commander. I can't die, I must live, the man is said to have declared. People thought him a demon, disheveled horror muttering curses as he wandered off to regions unknown. Scarmeleone, they called him. Oh. They did say we'd learn about the generals, I think. A name befitting his newfound grisly visage. A name befitting a monster. Scarmeleone was a cat boy? That's funny to me, for some reason. We thought we buried him deep, but a mortal's desire to live is not to be underestimated. You're immortal, so I expect you understand that desire. He's a cat. What if they're all cats? That'd be funny. Well, that concludes my tale. I'd best rejoin myself, if you'll excuse me. Wiggly, 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 wiggly. Catch what the heck I said? Which part? We thought we buried him deep. I did catch that. So he was one of the... He was either the Memoriate or the Steward. I just forgot to point out that I noticed that. But I did. You'll have to take my word for it. Also, I guess that might be why he's of Earth. Hey, Zero. Zero, did you notice the Hecti over there? By any chance? Ah, what a refreshing breeze. Oh, you gonna tell me about Barbaricia because you're talking about the wind? I'm to return to the others? Ah, they should come here. Would you look at this beautiful, boundless sky? Mortals take to the air from here, do they not? Would that I had wings to soar among the clouds myself. But we Voidsend are not wont to roam, you see. The mightiest among us carve out domains, while the rest labor to stay in their good graces. Now the master of a domain seldom ventures outside, for it's in one's territory that one is the strongest. For some, however, such confinement proved trying, as was the case for a certain Voidsend I knew. Yep, it's Barbaricia. Because we saw her before becoming Barbaricia. I speak of the free... Well, we saw her before her final form, I guess. I speak of the free-spirited Terra Barbaricia. When she first established her domain, she whiled away the days waiting for her minions to bring her prey. The ether amassed from these offerings was devoted to the singular pleasure of caring for her silky flowing locks, but the resources of her domain were not without their limits. It was only when none remained to oppose her that she realized she was a prisoner in her own domain. Unless she broke free, she'd inevitably wither away alone. Not knowing what to do, she'd fallen into the depths of despair when the hand of salvation came to pull her out. At this rate, my precious hair will frazzle and fray, had I only the strength to leave my domain. So she just really wanted the best hair? If strength is your desire, that is easily granted. Who are you? Ah, so much power surging through me! Okay, so this implies that Golbez had the wind to give her, whatever that means. And what will you do with it? What is it you desire? Yeah, Califasteri, or whatever. What I desire is... Oh, she moved her domain. You would move your very domain. Impressive. That I can do such a thing. What have you done to me? I granted you ether, nothing more. It was your will that made it possible. She might have already had wind affinity, that's true. My will. Even so, no matter where you should go, there is naught but darkness. What could your destination possibly be? Destination? I have no need of such. I wish but to be free like the wind. In a world that's met its end, rare indeed is the soul who desires freedom so ardently that she could will her very domain to move. Recognizing this quality, the knight would grant her more power, and a place of command in his mighty army. A story worthy of our bargain, I trust. I might have had more to tell had I not fallen off her domain. Seems you mortals also have a fondness for flying. I'd certainly like to try riding one of those airships of yours. But perhaps another time. My other selves will be a blubbering mess if I don't hurry and rejoin them. Wiggly, 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 wiggly. Scarmiglione being a cat boy is like the most unexpected twist of all of Final Fantasy XIV. Maybe. Or I'm exaggerating. Yeah, the animation of it scooting away is pretty great. It seems like I'm managing to do it in order so far, but let's see if I can... My other self grows lonely, you say? My apologies, it was my intent to seek out the others, but I was distracted by the bickering pair of mortals yonder. My goodness, but there's been some colorful language. Okay, this one's probably Rubicante, because they care about vulgar stuff being too vulgar. To hell's with your father! You shouldn't need his permission just to leave the goddamn house. Yeah, I agree with that immediately. Please mind your language. What would father say if he were to hear you? It's always father this, father that with you. I'm sick of it. You're your own woman now. Bloody act like one for a change. Colorful language, yes. Not from the girl, though. Oh no, she appears to be quite well bred. Questioning head tilt? I just hope she's happier than the girl I knew long, long ago. Huh? The girl was born into a family of thugs who suddenly found themselves nobility. She was raised as a noblewoman and had servants tending to her every need. But in the end, she was merely a beautiful bird kept in a gilded cage. Wanting her to be a proper lady, her parents presided over all aspects of her life. Yeah, elves. They decided everything for her, telling her what to say and do. Chafing from the fetters of her restrictive life, she solicited her handmaiden's aid and stole outside the manor, where she enjoyed a moment of bliss unbeknownst to her parents. And so she thought. It was not long before her father dragged her back to her room, barring the door and windows, denying her even the simple pleasure of an afternoon breeze. Yeah, the girl is a human, I think, but judging by this, the father is also an elf. So she might be half-elf. Like Hilda, I guess. Even the bird in the cage may chirp freely, but she wasn't even suffered to give voice to her desires. She wouldn't be deterred. Having once tasted sweet freedom, she yearned for more. One day she succeeded in sneaking out of the manor a second time. Her ears are a little pointed, actually. She's got like a elf facial structure, I think, too. I think. You're late. I was beginning to think you wouldn't come. If you're expecting your friends, I'm afraid they're not coming. Father, how did you... What do you mean they're not coming? I'd known that some miscreants were cavorting in these parts, but to think they'd dare try to consort with my daughter. Well, you needn't worry about them anymore. They're food for the fishes now. How could you do this, Father? Why must you torment me so? Know your place, girl. You're a means for our family to gain influence, and I wouldn't have you sullying yourself with riffraff. Wow. Go in the ocean and die, man. Hey, look, there's a convenient axe right nearby. You will not leave your chambers save with my permission, nor will you disobey me again. If you do so, there will be severe consequences. Am I understood? I said, am I understood? To hell. What did you say? The dramatic lightning. I said, go to hell! Jesus. Ah! Yeah, I was thinking the ocean because he said food for the fishes, but jeez. Well, oh, directly in his skull, huh? Oh, to think it could be so exhilarating to speak my mind, to do as I please. No more living in a cage. From this moment on, I am free. Free as the wind. Oh, this is also Barbaricia. The young woman struck out on her own, and her travels discovered her true calling. Not in the halls of lords and ladies, but on the battlefield. She became a force of nature, famed for her striking beauty which belied a terrible savagery. And with this new life, she also claimed a new name, Barbaricia. Right, we're only learning about the ones we've seen so far. That makes a lot of sense. Indeed, she found her freedom, but did she also find happiness, I wonder? Suppose I'll never know, nor does it matter, for the world that once was is no more. Oh, but goodness me, I'd better join the others. Okay, so we're gonna learn about Scarmiglione again. For the last one. And then part 2 of this is definitely gonna be learning about Cagnazzo and Rubicante. We don't actually know the name Rubicante yet, technically. These tech guys are pretty good at stealth. So this is where mortals consume ether. It is public information, that's true. Hey, what's up? Dreading loneliness more than hunger, how very like me. If you don't mind though, I'd like to observe the mortals a while longer. Why, did Scarmiglione do a funny dance? The food here is simply sublime. I feel stronger with every bite, as if the Murgra themselves were granting me their blessing. Food is tasty, that's true enough, but no food is so sublime as to be a substitute for proper training, my friend. Stronger with every bite, every feed. For my part of the bargain, I'll tell you about how we Voidsent become strong. Simply put, it depends on the quality and quantity of ether we harbor. When the world was consumed by darkness, the heroes known as Memoriates arose as powerful Voidsent. It occurs to me that some of the Halloween quests also involve some Voidsent learning what food means. Which is kind of funny, maybe. In contrast, the vast majority of mortals, powerless and unremarkable as they were, became ordinary Voidsent like me. Wait, what was that thing you just said? Right, Memoriates powerful Voidsent. Mortals less powerful Voidsent. There were exceptions, of course, but one in particular I'll never forget. Oh, he's Scarmiglione because he was just so determined to stay alive that he just constantly sort of can't. He was so good at not dying for long because he was so determined to be alive. I see. Scarmiglione, never had I seen a Voidsent so craven. Even when pushed to the brink of starvation, he'd prey only on those weaker than himself. He subsisted on scant leavings and lived in constant fear and hunger. In the face of danger, Voidsent stronger than himself, fleeing was the only option. But a day came when he found his way barred. How pitiful. Such overwhelming ether! Who is this? You fled instead of facing your foe. Why? Why? I'm too weak. Why else? I would have been devoured. So had you enough strength, you would have stood your ground? Very well then. What's happening? Yes, I feel it. The power swelling within me. Lo, your foe returns. Now that's a death gaze. What have you done to me? I granted you but a sliver of ether. It was with the power you already possessed that you defeated your foe. I possessed such power? Fear has clouded your eyes, blinded you to the strength you had attained feeding on the weak. If you would free yourself from fear, then join me. You shall have a greater cause to live for and know true power. Curious how in a world without death, the fear of it could be the key to great strength. The knight recognized this, recognized the Voidsent's potential, and thus did he take him into his service. Determined as he is to live, it wouldn't surprise me if he were still somewhere out there. He'd be even more powerful now, I expect, from all the devouring he would have done since. Unlike your world, eating actually makes you stronger in ours. I must be going now. The others are waiting. You found the last of the Voidsent. Time to head back to the Hall of the Radiant Host. The Voidsent are all present and accounted for. So long as they remain here, we needn't worry about panic among the townsfolk. Thank you so much for finding me. I hope the knowledge I had to share was worthy of our agreement. More than worthy, I'd say. They told me of Scarmiglione and Barbaricia. Or how did you come to know the Archfiend? Sure, more than worthy. Is it a Steve Buscemi voice? I was thinking of like CDI Hotel Mario, kinda. My other selves lived quite disparate lives, both as mortals and Voidsent, but I like toned it down a little bit because there was some seriousness to it, so I ended up on whatever this is. Now I suppose it is rather fortuitous that they crossed paths with such powerful Voidsent. But more importantly, what they could offer was worthy of our bargain. For that I'm glad. Smile and nod. All that remains now is for us to rejoin and become whole again. Huh? Is this not all of me? Okay, so part 2 is the rest of you. There can be no other explanation. There's still more of me lost out there somewhere. I don't sense them. Where could they have gone? Oh yeah. The pronouns extension that I found is really cool like that. It does in fact display the pronouns in the little stream thing. Which is very useful. You mean there's more of them wandering about? By the sisters. At the very least, if what you say is true, they pose no threat to the people. Until the others can be found, we will keep these 5 under our care. Nod. Should I sense the others nearby, I hope we can count on you to find them too. Alright, so that's part 1 of this. Would you tell us of your recent ventures when you next return? I promise to make it worth your while. You needn't worry about these Voidsent. Not a one shall escape my sight. Well then. That was the 6.2 main story. And also part 1 of Tales of Newfound Adventure, I guess. It took about 6 hours. What do my funny retainers have for me? Well, I have a little bit of money now, I guess. Well, they stole a couch, but other than that, nothing particularly ridiculous. They're always doing things like this, so it's fine. That makes sense to me. I think each of them have a dungeon and a trial, so yeah, that tracks. But next time is variant dungeons, and I don't know exactly how I'll be going about that. I'll be figuring that out. There might also be Loporits and Omicron next time? I don't know. I might not be ready for both of those next time, depending on whether I do their quest tonight and then also tomorrow. But for now, Sucro needs to take a nap, I think. So, yeah, thanks for watching. As usual, if you're interested in the various... Yeah, it was nice. Nice to meet you. Unless I knew you already, but I didn't recognize exactly who you were. In which case, nice to see you again. My memory is not so good, and you were a first-time chat message, so... Yeah, glad you enjoyed. But if you're interested in various links for where I can be found on social media or donation type things, borealrobin.cardwith2rs.co or below the stream. Also consider following or subscribing. Yeah, I don't think so. So yeah, nice to meet you. But yeah, consider following, subscribing, spreading the word if you haven't, etc. All those things I make myself say at the end of the stream as a low effort way of trying to advertise myself. you know the ones. But yeah. So, yep. That was Final Fantasy XIV. Have a good rest of your day and or night, everyone. Oh. That seems possible. I do have a partner or two. Two of them, actually. I don't know why I said or. Well, that's good. I'm glad. Probably would have been Isa then. But I'm glad you liked the stream. So yeah, Final Fantasy XIV. I'm really bad at wrapping up sometimes. Have a good rest of the... Oh, that's nice too. I'm glad. I'm glad that people like what I do. Have a good rest of your day and or night, everyone. I will see you at the next stream, whenever that is. My streams are usually scheduled... Well, I don't really have a schedule because I have a bunch of chronic stuff going on that makes it difficult to like be sure about when I'll be able to do stuff. But I aim for Monday, Wednesday, Friday, allegedly. So maybe tomorrow there will be another one. I don't know, we'll see. Until the next time, farewell and good morning, everyone.